All right. All right. Greetings, everyone. This is part two of the podcast of Resident Evil, which we did 2 weeks ago. And we are continuing off with the other half, depending on how long it takes us to get through them all. But before we get to Resident Evil 4, and I have Jet Strange with me again to continue this journey with me. Say hi to
Hello.
everyone. Okay, so we're gonna get to. I think we are at Resident Evil Survivor. So let's pull that up. So let's put you here to here. Um, I played and beat this game, but honestly, after I beat it, I just took it back. I didn't have an interest in playing it again. It was very unhinged. This is one of those offshoot Resident Evil games where the story just goes wherever it goes. The main character here, can't remember his name to be honest, but I know he had amnesia. And then later on, it's like, oh, I'm friends with Leon, and there's these two creepy kids. The the zombie animations, the way they look, were the same from the PlayStation One. It's a rail shooter, so there's that. What's your impressions of Survivor?
To be frank with you, I've never played it. I mean, I've watched it, and the thing with me is that it was something interesting. Like, oh, so this is technically a variation of a first person, you know.
It
By the way, his
basically
name is
is.
yeah. By the way, his name is Andy.
Okay.
Hold on. Man across the- No, that's not. No, that's not Andy. It's somebody you find.
Okay.
Right now, I'm reading about it. Sorry, guys. But yeah, like I said, it could have been something more and it's something great because, more characters. And that's something we were going to also talk about too, about how Capcom does with their characters.
It actually came out the same year as Code Veronica in 2000. It's just that I never even heard this game even existed. Because they advertised Code Veronica, but it was Code Veronica for the Dreamcast. But for us, for the PlayStation 2 owners, it was Code Veronica X, where they added more content to it, more cutscenes, I think. That's the one I actually own. I never owned a Dreamcast. I seen people who had Dreamcast play this game, but then when it came out for PlayStation 2, that's when I bought it. I mean, I enjoy Kofaranga, but as for Back to Survivor, I didn't know if this game even existed because um, it was a four. I learned later on that there's four Survivor games, but one of them's a Dino Crisis game, and the only ones that we get for Americans is Survivor and then Dead Aim. The second one is just Code Veronica again, but it has Nemesis in it, which is weird. And the third one is a Dino Crisis game, which I think Sphere Hunter, Susie, went over, and it's pretty much Dino Crisis 3. So we don't have to go too further into these games because they don't really fit in to the series. They're sort of as offshoots, but it's just I'm bringing them up because not only they exist, but I want people to know that
Okay,
they're
I
around.
I figured out his name, but it's kind of funny because in the game he loses his memory. His name's Art Thompson.
Okay, and I did mention earlier that he had amnesia. I just don't
Yeah,
remember
that
his name.
which makes it funnier because we
Yeah.
don't even remember his name. But yeah, he was but like you said, he was buddies with Leon. But see, that's the thing that bothers me is that I'm like, cool, we got another character. That's how I felt about it. I'm like, oh, cool, we got another guy that we can use for the series. That's great.
But I'm gonna be blunt. The reason why I don't remember him is not because of a terrible memory. It's because he didn't leave an impression on me. It's just after I was done with it, I just didn't care for it anymore. So that's probably why I didn't remember him because it was just like, eh. And here's another game that Capcom didn't even bring up, and it's this game here, and it is Gaiden. This is widely known to be the worst Resident Evil game in existence, and I believe them because I got a chance to play it and try to finish it, and it was a painful experience. So, but I'm at least going to describe not only why it's bad, but also what makes it interesting. On on our this is the European cover right here. I like this better than the American cover because on the American cover they had Leon on it, but you don't play as Leon. You play as Barry Burton. It was his mission to go to, as you see here, is the ship Starlight. And what makes this so odd is that it's like I said, it's a Game Boy game, and the movements are very limited. But what's odd though is instead of you just shooting the zombie, you kind of move the cursor around on the enemy, and you can shoot them, but not to kill them, but put you into a preemptive strike. So you get to be kind of like a RPG sort of setting, and the combat is similar to Undertale, where you can only shoot within the bar, and if you shoot in the center, that's kind of like a critical hit. But if
Hmm.
a zombie gets to you, the initial combat, but they get the first attack on you. So that's the difference. And what's odd though, the reason why I bring this up is this is actually the first game where if you kill a zombie, they can drop an item, whether it could be ammo, it could be health, it can be even a key item. And the thing, there's nothing in the game that indicates you have to kill this zombie to get it. You have to kill them to find out. That's why I want to start talk about these games in particular before we get to 4, because people assume that Resident Evil 4 started the whole enemies dropping items, but actually it was Gaiden that started that
And
trend.
I didn't know that, and I'll be damned. The thing is, once again, I'm all about unique kind of stuff. When it came to Gaiden, yeah, it sucked, but I did like the fact of the matter that, it had a new little innovation to it. And the funny thing is, people use it.
And there's actual party members in this game. Like Leon does, and it's weird. They join your party, and Lucia, the girl you're supposed to find, she's in here too. You get to equip armor. You can give them weapons. You have you have Barry, the girl you're rescuing, and Leon fighting together in combat. So I
Yeah.
thought that was interesting because no Resident Evil game has done this except for Gaiden. So it was unique. I just didn't like the limited amount of music, and this is gonna sound really odd to me, but I think there's a group of fans who want to remake this game, and I'm for it. But I kind of wish that Capcom went back to this, but I know they won't, because I
Um,
think
Actually, there's something I just discovered and thought about, and we talked about Revelations 2 yet?
we haven't discussed Revelation 1 yet, which is what I'm going to talk about after we talk
Uh,
about Outbreak.
okay, here's what we're gonna do, people. When we're about to talk about Resident Evil 2, we're gonna bring back up Gaiden because I just discovered something. We're not gonna talk about it right now, though. Remember that.
Well, I assume you haven't played this game either, so we can't talk in much detail, and the game is really, really, really short.
Well, I actually saw a
You
Let's Play
saw
of
it,
it.
okay. So, what's your overall impressions of it? Like, it is bad as what they say it is, and there's certain things that were interesting, but I wouldn't recommend for people to play it. Maybe to watch it to see what it's like, but
Hmm.
as for actually playing it, I would say
Yeah,
no.
that's bad. But see, like I said, I do like little clever things. Like, it goes up to out of nowhere, and then you have to do. You got to hit the wipes. I thought that was cool. But other than that, like you said, mm-mm.
And then I briefly discussed there were four survivors. We only got two, so we'll briefly talk about Dead Aim. I actually had to download this and play it a few couple of months ago because if I'm gonna talk about something, at least I have to at least play it. But I didn't just play it; I beat it, and it only took me maybe 2.5 hours to beat it.
Was it painful or was it not bad?
It wasn't bad, but it's hard for me to recommend it because even more unhinged than Survivor. That you can move and shoot, but what's interesting about this game is there's a sneaking mechanic that you can actually sneak around enemies so they can't catch you. And what's odd though is that you can move up, down, left, right.
Wasn't it a
What?
rail shooter?
Yeah, it's a rail shooter, but what's odd though, you can dodge in the game.
Oh
There's a,
wow.
and the thing is, the dodging is actually very intuitive. Like I remember watching Sphere Hunter talk about it, and then I actually did it myself. Like, yeah, like you can dodge literally everything, and counterattack with your gun. Like you get a silencer in this game. But the thing is that even though it's true that you can play the game without even doing any of that, but I did do in some cases to save ammo because there's no melee weapon, there's no knives, but there's a limited handgun bullets at every save room, so you can load up there. But
Hmm.
it's an odd game, and also she brought this up too that you can play this game with a mouse, even on the PlayStation 2. Like you can grab a
Wow.
mouse and play it. It's the first Resident Evil game you actually could play a game with a mouse, and she tested out, and it's weird. And I did that myself, but I like playing with a controller, and it's preferred. But it's like okay, so this game, well, Resident Evil 3 started the dodge system, but in this game, the dodging is actually very easy to do. It's not like it's game breaking. It's just that it's like when you want to do it, you can do it. It's like when a zombie grabs you, if you time it just right, you can push them out of the way or weave out of the way. So I thought that was very interesting. But as for the story, I didn't care for it. Um, the graphics were weird. Like 1 minute, like the hair looks okay, then some minutes like, what's wrong with your neck? Like it's all crooked and it's all jagged. Like what's going on? Then it's like, okay, do you have a southern Texas accent or do you not have one? It was just weird. The voice acting didn't match with the text. The what do you call it, subtitles? They never match, which was weird. Um, and you get like some sort of I think it also starts on the ship too. It's the second game to start with the ship. The third one being
Hmm.
Revelations. And what's odd though is that the tyrant virus thing, like I don't remember the name offhand. It's a branch from the T virus, but it add like electrical elements to it. But it didn't turn the main antagonist to a tyrant, like I guess a tyrant, but it turned him into a female version for some reason because he loves about being beautiful and all of that. He kind of looked like a discount Sephiroth without a sword, but he just became female because reason. So I guess it's unintentionally not endorsing transsexualism, but it's interesting how the mutation worked like that. It's odd, but it's a thing, and he's also one of those enemies where you can't kill her because now he's a she until the game says otherwise. It's kind of like with the tyrant and nemesis where you can shoot them, but it's more likely you're gonna run away from them because there's nothing you can do. But
Hmm.
and I have to say though that the squishiness they're designed is disgusting in a good way because there's a lot of water elements to it, so I will give the game that. The zombies are a lot more gross looking in the other Resident Evils, which I did appreciate. But again, it's one of those games where it's better to watch them play, but at the same time, if you want to know the experience, you have to play it. And I did experience it by playing the game, and oddly enough, I would actually recommend you play a little bit of it to
Hmm.
feel that, like, it wasn't. I can't say it was bad. That would be a lie. But at the same time, it wasn't that good either because the story was just
So
corny,
it's like
unhinged,
a
all over the place. It was hard for me not to laugh.
so
Like,
it
is
was
this
kind of
supposed?
like a great B movie kind of thing going on.
It feels like a B movie trying to be serious, but it can't be. It's trying to be a Sunday, like a summer's blockbuster.
Yeah.
That's how it felt like to me. So it was really weird. Like
You're
it
like, good
didn't.
effort.
Yeah, it just felt like I can't take it seriously, like I wasn't supposed to. But then when it tried to get some serious moments, but then it get completely derailed by the bad. I don't know if it's either bad voice acting or the fact and acting as in not just not saying their lines, but it just they don't feel like a sense of urgency. It just feels like, oh, they're just kidding around, even though there's just a bunch of zombies, there's hunters in the game, there's aquatic enemies, which makes sense because this is like predominantly is on a ship, but then near the end of the game you get to go to a full-on facility. The sewer level I think is the most dull level because it's just a mazy area, and you have to deal with this annoying fat enemy that it's the only time where you have to use stealth weapons because he can't see you, but he has really good hearing. It's like his hearing is like a liquor. Instead of using his tongue, he feels vibrations, and you have to shoot the eye on his head to do damage. So that's where the game wants you to use the silencer pistol to do damage to him because any other thing will have him run directly to you. It better doesn't matter how big he is, he's fast. He'll get to you very quickly. So it's one of the only instances where you have to use stealth, but like I said, you can dodge him. You can dodge literally everything in this game, which is interesting. But there's a lot of enemies. There's a lot of enemies, which I think why they give you kind of like the stealth mechanics just to sneak by from them. You walk quietly. But what's weird though is it's not like you tap a button like we do now and you sneak. You have to like push one button to make him walk vertically and then push another button to walk him walk horizontally. It's not like one button where he can just walk stealthily all around. So it's really odd. Like, why make these decisions? Like, I was okay with the stealth, but why have to push three different buttons? And what's even weirder is that you could put the game. The game is in third person, just like the modern Resident Evil games. But when you attack, you're in third person. So it's first person. It's like third person, first person perspective. You attack in first person. You move around in third person, but you can aim and move and shoot in first person. So it's a
So it's
weird game.
Survivor again.
It's Survivor, but it's I guess I'll both say it's a better Survivor, but
Oh, advanced.
it needs some work. But it's sort of like I'd rather play this game than Survivor. And
Wow.
I remember this game, but not in the right way because of how goofy it is. It's just it's way more unhinged. It's like wow, like really, and then they add in a Chinese spy in the mix. It's like oh, so she's this game's Ada Wong. Like
Hmm.
okay, and she's apparently here because this cruise liner has some weapons on it, which it does, and the main antagonist was found out that he just got fired from Umbrella, but you and I both know it won't matter because they're not going to last long anyway. But they gave him we're going to let you go because you're crazy and we waste a lot of money on you. But they didn't bother to take the ship away from him. Like, you think this guy's not going to go ballistic? Which he did, but yeah, it was a very interesting ride. So I have to bring that up. So let me see. This game came out in, let me see, 2003, but we had to get back a little bit into 2001 and 2002 because two new IPs came out. 2001 was Devil May Cry, which was inspired from working to make Resident Evil 4, and a game
Yeah,
that
we could have
came.
had a from that. Keep in mind, we almost had a jumping, shooting, sword wielding Leon. That would have been crazy.
And then a year after that one was Onimusha 1.
I don't
So
know nothing
that
about
was a,
that.
so that's an interesting one too. And for some reason, Capcom didn't think much of both of them. Maybe more so Onimusha, because like, oh, this is more close to our culture. But from the people that I spoke to, they love Onimusha.
Yeah.
They did. And Devil May Cry, I think Devil May Cry got more popularity because the whole vampires, werewolves, demon thing was still popular. So, but then again, we got sword wielding samurai taking down demons, and you have either a bow and arrow or a musket in that game too. But
And let that be, and let that understand that whole statement he just said. A samurai taking down demons with just a sword. Why is that not? That sounds good if you really think about it.
yeah, I mean that drew me in, and I remember I learned about this game when I went to the video store. I think it was Blockbuster, and I saw this game. I was like, oh, that looks cool. And I rented it, and then I bought it. I think the next day or the day after. So it was just, it was like, okay, and we're gonna have to talk about the Outbreak game. So I played and beaten this one, never beaten the second one. But this is the first game where you can play multiple people, and each character has their own.
Oh, and keep in mind, there's one character that we, we're going to talk about sooner or later.
There's like what 8 characters in this game. I think one of them is an actual teenager, and her gimmick is she has more space because she has a backpack.
Mhm.
But the person he's referring to in this game came out in 2003.
Mhm.
He's talking about Alyssa Ashcroft, and she is a journalist. She was, I think, in her late 20s, in her mid to late 20s, and her gimmick is lock picking. Obviously, she survived, otherwise, Requiem wouldn't exist. But what's
Exactly.
odd, though, about Outbreak 1 and 2 is not a lot of people played it, and not a lot of people talked about it. But at the same time, we weren't sure this was canon or not, but we're under impression that it wasn't. It was kind of like Survivor, that, oh, this game exists as Resident Evil, that slapped Resident Evil on it. People will buy it and play it. Not a lot of people that I knew played this game. Only
Now,
the
however,
hardcore Resident Evil game players would have access to this game. But now, people are going to get confused because, like, who's Alyssa? Unless you
yep.
played Outbreak, you wouldn't know what it is. So I don't know what Capcom's plan, because isn't.
Actually, I think I know what they're going to do, and it's even worse. They're just going to say, "Oh, these are two new characters, and you know, you're going to play as their daughter, blah blah blah. You don't have to play Outbreak to know that." They're going to
But
probably
you
do that.
have to, though, because.
They may actually not, because that is a leeway to make people know about it, but I know what you mean because it's like, dude, just bring back Outbreak.
Even though there's a thing called the internet and people can look things up even on their
Yep.
phone. Outbreak has 8 characters. It could be from a cop, a mechanic, I said a reporter, a college student, a doctor. And what's interesting is that if you get bitten, there's like this, was it on the upper left corner? It has like your blood and it's seeing the virus corrupting it. And then later on, you'll become a zombie if you get bitten. And 2 is the same way as well. I think, was it the both games had co-op or was it the second game? It's been a while, but there was co-op elements in the game, and it's much preferred to play with people because they
Hmm.
wanted. So it's kind of like their version of Walking Dead, where you're just a bunch of people living in Resident Evil. You're trying to survive through it. There's a zoo you get to go through, so you go through other areas in it. I did like that, and then the second game, you
You
get
said
to
that
be
there,
introduced. Huh?
I'm so sorry. You said that there was a mechanic in this.
Yeah, there's co-op actually in the
No,
second
no.
game.
When you were listing out the characters, you said there was a mechanic.
Yeah, there is a mechanic. His thing is he could fix things and mix things together, because each character has their own unique um, things. I know one's a cop, one's a mechanic, but I don't think it lists all of them, but they were all unique. And I think
I wonder if
too,
you're talking about David.
I
David King's a plumber.
oh, he's a plumber. I thought he was a
Yes.
mechanic. So
Well, then again, you said that he can fix anything. I'm like, oh, I guess he plumbs on the side. Okay.
2 has the same characters, never beaten it, but that one pushed the move and shoot. You can move and shoot in that game, which
Yeah, the
is
one basically
interesting.
180.
And that's a game that still encourages people to play together, which again I would recommend, but not only people played it. So we can bring in 2, which looks like, I think it's a bit more dramatic than that, because this is a good example of what it looks like with 2. Like, if you can find it, it just looks like that. Because all the Resident Evil except for Requiem is on here, because this was just what they knew so far of it. But yeah, it's in there. So let's get back to Outbreak. It's called File 2 for some reason, but they didn't call the Outbreak File 1. But whatever. It's basically like a what if story, like there's other survivors, but then because of Requiem, now it's confusing. So it's canon now, but it's been canon
Yeah,
before Requiem, because when Resident Evil 7 was announced and it wasn't mentioned until I did some digging, and Alyssa was actually in the same area location as Ethan is, but
by
it's
the
like,
way,
why
Lin-
not her?
yeah, I was about to say that he can't stand that so much, and it makes sense because it's like, oh, you'll put her in as a, an Easter egg, but you won't let us play her.
It's not even just an Easter egg. Like, it makes sense to be her because she went through something similar to this, but now it's even more. And it's since she's still a reporter. I don't know what she is now in Requiem unless we play that one, but
Hmm.
it's like this is something that's up to her, and I know she can use firearms. I mean, she had to in Outbreak 1 and 2. So I just think it's rather odd that they bring her up, they don't bring her up, they don't even bring up the other characters, only her. Which is odd because the last time I checked, not that most of them survived. So why is she
Yeah.
the one that's singled out?
And as a character, I said, now, although I didn't play, I read up on the characters, and my favorite character is David King, the plumber himself, because of when I saw his ending, I'm like, wait, why is he on a ship? Why is this and that? It's like I want to know what he's doing. So yeah.
I can't really say much about 2 because I haven't finished it. But the gameplay is still the same, but as in gameplay, it plays a lot like the standard Resident Evil games that I played. It's just that it's like I didn't have to invest too much because it was a what if story, but because of Requiem, now it's not a what if, and it's confusing because in this game, they said several missiles bombed down onto Raccoon, which is odd because in Resident Evil 3, both the remake and the original, one big bomb dropped onto the city and wiped everything out. So it's like, why have two conflicting stories? Because there's a cutscene for both of them.
Mhm.
But Capcom doesn't care about consistency, and I guess it's hardcore for us don't either. But now we'll move on to the Resident Evil, no, the Final Fantasy VII of its franchise, Resident Evil 4. I say that is because
Here we
it
go.
made it mainstream. This is the game that got almost everyone and their mama and their daddy into Resident Evil.
Yep.
This was came out in 2005. It was also written. The director and the writer of this is Shinji Mikami. Shinji Mikami didn't write the story of Resident Evil 1. Well, technically, he kind of did, but it wasn't that good. But he did this game. And he's the same guy that says, oh, Resident Evil 1 Remake didn't sell so well because it did bad. I'm like, really? Because those awards were a hallucination? Saying it's the best remake ever made? Because I remember that, did you?
Hmm.
And then when this game came out,
And let
10 out of
alone,
10, 5 stars,
yeah.
awards.
And then let's also put this out that there was also a prototype that people still wanted too.
I played it and played it all the way through. I downloaded it.
Oh,
It was pretty fun. It was mostly black and white. He had the hallucination, so I did try it out. It was maybe 2 years ago that I downloaded and got around to play it. And that was what they showed first, but then they keep changing ideas, and then we get the whole half action, half horror. And it's still the main character in the game, Leon. He still looks the same, it's just less black and white, but more subdued colors. And what I did
yeah.
appreciate it with Resident Evil 4 is as the first Resident Evil game that I played when it's daytime. All the Resident Evil games were all at night. This is the first daytime Resident Evil game.
Because the thing I know it wasn't
What was the
Resident Evil
first?
3.
Resident Evil 3 was at night.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, huh? It was nighttime. The events cutscenes start during the day, but everything happened during the night.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm
Just
saying.
sorry about that. I was like, wait, did it? Okay.
It was not daytime in Resident Evil, it was nighttime.
Okay.
Um,
Resident Evil 3 got you. It was nighttime. Hmm. But yeah, I do like the fact that they did it in daytime for 4 because like yeah, horror doesn't stop in the dark.
yeah, because a lot of action happened during the night always in a Resident Evil game, but this is the first time that action started during the day and the night. But I think for the rest of the game, it was nighttime
Hmm.
because it all happened on one day. And then when you leave Resident Evil, it was daytime again after you dealt with the final boss. So it lasted to an entire day. But this is the first Resident Evil game that you actually fight during the day because all the Resident Evil ones, from the first one, the second one, the third one, because the third one like it were all cutscenes during the day because Jill left Umbrella, but then things got worse at night. But in this one, you went to Spain to rescue Ashley Graham, the president's daughter, because he went from a rookie of the first day in the job to a government agent. So I guess zombie apocalypse gives you street cred to be a government agent, apparently, and that's what happened. Well, then again, I can't say I blame him. He survived, and he's better for it. I didn't have too much of an issue of the action horror unless it honored it because it did have those elements. I love the new inventory system, which is kind of like Tetris, but also remind me of Diablo and um, Baldur's Gate without the stupid weight system. It's just you
Hmm.
just move things around to fit them through, which is what I like. And then five removed it because, oh my god, for some reason it's like, no, people
Yeah,
loved,
let's stick to four for a second.
but like,
But
there's a lot to talk about with four because four not only made it mainstream, we end up
mm,
getting those movies like the Resident Evil movies. I think two came out, I think the same time this game came out because when I got the game during college, they gave me a soundtrack, but most of the soundtrack was from Resident Evil to the movie. Like, where's Resident Evil 4 in its disc? They're all
mhm.
from the movie. But I
The
got the
thing is
GameCube
too is
version.
going on for gameplay. Now they were inspired by Gears. I won't say Call of Duty, Gears, and it shows. Now they had the whole stop and shoot, which it's fine
This game
because
came out before Gears, though.
well,
It came out on the GameCube. Gears of War came out on the play on 360. The 360 didn't exist yet.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I know why I said that because Dead Space.
and Dead Space was a 360 and a PlayStation 3 child as well. In
I
fact,
know why I
this
said that.
game
Yeah.
inspired those games, though it did, but they expanded upon it. I think Dead Space made it better in
No, no, no.
that
Yeah.
respect.
I'm so sorry for that, everyone. I know why I said that because you were talking about five. That's why. Okay.
Five felt more like Gears to me than four.
Yeah. Yeah. Going back to four though. Yeah. Half of the characters are great. You know the the mayor. Yeah, the mayor or the town head. He was cool. Uh, the guy you like to call Napoleon. That was his name.
That's Saldazard. He is the count of the entire city, and Mendez, I believe, is the mayor of the small village. He's the one that was in charge, like the chieftain of the village.
Yeah.
Saldazard is, I guess, yeah, he's the count. Like, like a county, he kind of
Yeah.
governs that entire area. And then the real boss was Sadler.
Lord Settler.
He's actually the religious leader, but he's actually the one that's really in charge. And they were using Salazar because he had the finances to run his little organization. So there's
Yeah.
that. The only difference with this and the older one is that Leon got affected early in the game where he gets hallucinations and he wasn't sure like is he fighting like any enemies or it's just all in his head. In this game, he does get infected, but at the same time, it's more like a cutscene thing than something
And
that actually does anything specific to him.
I kind of do and don't like that because I'm with you on that because I do kind of want to see like, oh, would it affect him through the gameplay or something? But knowing that, it's like it'll probably like make it like utterly annoying. It's like, ugh.
And the same thing could be said about Ashley's too, because Ashley's infected. In fact, she was infected before Leon was. He got infected until he got captured. And then we got characters like Louis Serra. We don't know much about him until the story progresses, but we learned that he knows how to deal with the Las Plagas, which is the the parasite that was actually found during the mining excavation by the Zeldasar family, but he had, of course, the villagers do it. I don't think it was by choice, of course, because he's the one in charge. And then when they excavated it, some of the eggs went into their bodies, and then, well, the rest is history at that point. And not Salazar, Sadler, I believe he must have gotten the queen inside of him because he has full control of himself. The parasite, which is also a cane that he has on, so he has full control because the villagers just obey him, so they're pretty much screwed at this point. You can't really save them. Um,
Oh,
Salazar has it as well too, so he has some control. I think it's because of Sadler. Um, Go on. What were you about to say?
also, when this was first released, it was said that there was going to be an escort. It was going to be a big escort mission. Well, escort type of game. People look down on that, but see, Capcom actually delivered because, Ashley's AI was on point. Yeah, she got caught sometimes, but that's what's supposed to happen. But she was actually very obedient. Yeah, I'm trying to
What
say
he
it.
means is that she's very responsive. Like
Responsive. I'm sorry.
she's usually close to you, but not close enough that you can't move around. She alerts to like, oh, Leon, look, like when you first get her, meaning that you can push this cart with barrels down to just to kill off the villagers, or she knows a big rock at a cliff where you can shoot down on one of the bosses, Elegante, a
Yeah, and it's funny.
giant.
Yeah, it's good that you brought that up because they made Ashley go, Leon, look. We're like, oh,
And there are
oh.
certain segments where you can't get through the game without Ashley, where you boost her up to open up a door
Hmm.
or to bring down a ladder because she can get through certain areas. Like a good example of this is when you get back into the village and there's this gate, but you can't reach it. You can push Ashley upwards to open up the logs and help her down to open up said door, which is a good example. And you can hide Ashley and she will listen to you, so she's responsive. So the escort part um, was very responsive. So I didn't complain that much. And Ashley, she's not really trained to fight, so it makes sense. But when you want her to do something, she does it. But we will get to the remake after I'm done with the original, which is pretty soon. But I can't say I don't like this game because that will be a flat out lie. I
Exactly.
enjoy the game a lot, but at the same time,
And
I
then
had my issues with the game because this is going to be the same thing with Final Fantasy VII. I think that this is de facto Resident Evil, and that's not what I wanted. But unfortunately,
mm,
um, that's the case because Final Fantasy VII did remove a lot of the hardcore RPG elements from it, and then Resident Evil 4 did the same thing with the horror elements. Like there's still item management per se, but you have this new cache that can hold almost everything you want to hold onto instead of actually going around and finding items, which you still do, but enemies now can drop items like ammo, money, because there's all this currency in the game to buy weapons from the merchant. And you could also have them drop eggs or even herbs from their bodies. Um, there is there's still first aid sprays, I guess, but in this game you can make herbs into spray somehow. Oh, can't forget that the new yellow herb in the game where you can upgrade your health. That's something new in this game where you can actually increase your health meter. There, from what I recall, and it doesn't exist in the game, is you can't get poison in this game anymore. There's no ailment at all in Resident Evil 1, no, Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6. You can't get poison in that game either, can you? I don't think
mm,
so.
that's
Yet I
interesting.
noticed that like 4, 5, and 6 you can't get poisoned because there's always a red herb or a red herb, but in Resident Evil 4 there's a yellow one to increase your health. 7, there was no poison element, and 8, as far as I can tell, is the same way. It's just the remakes 2 and 3 you can get poison, but other than that, this game and onwards, the poison element is completely gone. It's not there anymore, so I thought that was something to keep a note of. And in this game, there are traps. Lots and lots of traps. There were, I guess, traps in Resident Evil Code Veronica, but there were too many. One, they're more like a puzzle element, but this game had traps in it, not just 4, but also 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. So that we have to keep in mind. So I thought that was an interesting note. And also, you can kick down doors, you can shoot doors open, you can knife certain locks, but there are certain doors you need keys for. You can climb, you can jump through windows, you can climb through windows. So it's a bit more mobile, which I did like, but at the same time, I think I have more issue with the action elements in 5 than I have in 4, because they did this really nice balancing thing, and Leon is a government agent, so it makes sense that he has assistants if there is any, but it's one of those things where the less people around, the better, so he can sneak around to get the precious dirt he eventually gets to. It was approaching nighttime when like when he woke up, and then they show the cutscene he got stabbed by the needle injected with the Las Plagas, and then at night the villagers who were still violent or violent now, but at nighttime apparently is when they're at their strongest, and we found out that the Las Plagas are not day timers, they're night timers. That's why they need our bodies to protect it from the ultraviolet lights, which is why flashbangs are better suited against them. So when Leon wakes up, he sees a villager with red eyes, because that's when you see the red eyes more potent at night. Then the heads explode. Then you see the parasitic fruition, and they have an evolution. They have a level 1, a level 2, where they have a blade on it, a level 3. I think it has like a mouth where it can bite your head off. And level 4, where it has a little spider thing it can attach from the neck. I thought that was pretty cool, but what's even more interesting is that the game wasn't afraid of being violent. It was very gruesome. But from the remake, they tamed that. Why? Like 4, like when Leon was battling against Mr. Was it Salvador, the one with the potato sack over his head with the chains, I think that's what they call him. And our mutual friend saw me play the game for the first time, and he was trying to fight off the chainsaw, and saw Leon's head just got chopped off. I was like, wow, that is so cool. I know I got a game over, but it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Like, 4 was unapologetically a horror game. Like, wasn't afraid to go violent. There are so many gruesome death elements in that game, and I love it. But after that, they stopped doing it. Like, why? Like, ever since 4, 5, and 6, there wasn't a lot of like violent, gruesome deaths, like chopped off leg or severed head. They just took it away. Like after 4, they're like, oh, this is too much. Like, why is it too much? It said, you remember like in the Resident Evil games, it says violence and gore. That's what 4 did it not? Like, what is your thoughts of the death animation of 4? I thought they were awesome. I love them. You there?
Mm-hmm.
I asked a question like, what is your thoughts on the violence in 4, because they were unapologetic about it? Like, it was the best thing I've seen. It's like,
Yeah,
wow.
they very were because you could see everything. You could see Leon's head get bitten off. You can his head decapitated.
His
It's
head
like
stabbed
wow.
by claws, get dragged into
Hmm.
a dragged like it's just that scene where you can actually kill one of the giants, but if you stand too close, he can pull Leon into the magma with him.
Yeah, yeah. They didn't hold no punches with the uncensoredness, and that's what we kind of wanted, you
But
know.
then after that, they just removed all of it from not only from the remake, but from all the Resident Evil games after that. Like now they're afraid to show the violence. Like why? Like I thought I would see, Chris's head smashed by the big hammer from the executioner in 5, but nope. It just shows a mad crowd just hovering over you as a cutscene, but that's about it. But they won't show you any gruesome violence. Like why? I mean, we're not done with 4, but it's just that was when, because after 4, 5, the violence just became rather tame. Like you still do headshots and all of that, but they refuse to show your characters in a gruesome death. Like why? Like Leon, like I have to say they were gruesome, but I love them not because I'm morbid. It's just that it just it just makes sense. It's like this is Resident Evil. So that's why I didn't got bothered too much. Like, okay, there's no tank controls, there's no fixed camera angles. It was over the shoulder. You still couldn't move and shoot, but you still have the option to stun enemies and do they called melee, which it pops up. You can't just do it on your own. It has to pop up where they can either do a kick, a roundhouse kick, or in some instances he can do a suplex, which
Yeah,
is interesting. But the thing is, you don't have control over what you can do. The game has to actually prompt up for you to actually do that. And they took a page from Shenmue to do cutscene, interactive cutscenes, where we call QuickTime events, and there are lots and lots of them. But that does not compare to 5 and 6, of course. 6 probably has the most QuickTime events of the 3 games, and we'll discuss that later. But again, I have to say though that I felt the same way as Final Fantasy VII, but the difference is that with 4, they at least honor the fact that it's still a horror game. Like it wasn't afraid to show violence. With Final Fantasy VII, they weren't afraid to talk about psychological issues. It wasn't afraid to go dark. I think 7 was the darkest Final Fantasy game there was, and I think after that was Tactics. Tactics wasn't afraid to go dark, political, and I think Tactics had the best story overall of the Final Fantasy games I played. As for story wise, in Resident Evil, that's an issue because not Resident Evil, but Capcom stories in general weren't too strong. But what do you think had the stronger story of the Resident Evil games have you played? Because it's like I don't know. I didn't hate the story in 4. It was just pretty
I
simple. Like you're
mean,
there to rescue, and then it just becomes more than what it is. Becomes a full on
and
conspiracy, which
and I like that. By the way, uh, let me give some context. I'm actually trying to make a video game. I'm trying to do exactly like that, where there's one mission that you have to do, but then there's a bigger conspiracy around it. So when it comes to this, yeah, I actually like it.
because I didn't
And
hate it. Like it did its job and it got me engaged. It didn't have to
yeah,
be like a well written story. It was enough to get us interested. It's
and then
just
what
that
was interesting, you get the main objective, Ashley. Okay, we get Ashley, and then we go through this these levels or
yeah, because after that you have to get to the drop point where you go to get a
mhm.
chopper to get both of you, but there wasn't any opportunity to do that because there was It was too dangerous.
Yep.
Um, we after the village, it was the cast where you meet Zeldazard, the one that pretty much controls the entire county. And then after that is the island where Sadler has his base. He's actually the one that's in charge of operation. We get to meet Ada Wong. Well, technically, we get the confirmation that it is Ada at the castle, but in the what was it? No, no. Even in the GameCube version, we did see a glimpse of her when she rescued you when it came
Yeah.
to Mendez. But the PlayStation 2 and the Wii definitely confirmed it because you get to play as her not
And
only
she's
separate
back.
ways, but in her own game and the other ones, and then they brought that back in the remake. But we
Yeah.
get confirmation of her when we get into the castle. But we see her like as a glimpse, like, oh, that's Ada in the match when we get into Mendez's house for the first time, and then we see his portrait. He grabs us by the throat, which I guess is his trademark, grabbing Leon by the throat, and then she rescued him, but he didn't see her, but we did, we the audience. I have to say the framing of the cutscenes was well done because the cutscenes matched the gameplay, which I
Yeah.
really liked because there was no change. Like what you see is what you get. It wasn't just this um, graphic game. It's like the cutscenes were the gameplay. And I think that's what I did appreciate. It's like it wasn't just you watching. There's points where you do watch, but at the same time, like, oh, you thought you were gonna watch this whole thing. No, you got to interact. A good example of this, I would say, is with Krauser. Krauser, you thought you were watching a cutscene, but then the game fools you. It's like, no, they're quick time events. So I did
Yeah.
appreciate that the game wants you to participate in its own game. So I did like that. I
I
will admit.
didn't. I didn't because don't get me wrong, it's cool to watch, but I was just so bothered. I'm like, I don't want to do this.
Then after
But you
that
know,
was that laser thing that I
yep,
remembered.
fun laser part.
Then
Yay.
Ada does that too.
And then she made it better. I'm like, only Ada will make it better.
Yep, and that's what you get from the PlayStation 2 and the Wii edition. And what's the best one? I would say the Wii edition. People say that's the easy one because the Wii remote is really easy to use. It's even easier to get accuracy with your knife. But the reason why I like the Wii version because it's everything. It's the GameCube and the PlayStation 2 put together. Has all its content.
And that's what
Everything.
and that's what me and Ruby loves. Everything. Don't give
Yeah.
us half of the pizza. Give us the whole one, please.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just have to buy it and play it, and that's it. Like you don't have to do any DLC or nothing. It's just you unlock things by simply playing the game like it's supposed to,
That's a whole
and that's what I
other
like.
thing.
So there's
That's a whole
that.
other thing that we will talk about DLC and stuff.
That
Maybe.
started in with 5 and 6 and onwards, when instead of just getting content, this is with the PlayStation 3, the Xbox, PlayStation 2. As far as I know, there was no DLC because there was internet, but it was mostly for like, um, I guess, leaderboards or something. But it wasn't in the terms of like, you need to have online, you need to buy this stuff for that. Like, no, what you played was what you got. Then we get a next generation with PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and the Wii. That's when we start adding in, DLC up. But before we even touch 5, we're still not done with 4 because we have to
Oh
talk
snap!
about Resident Evil 4 Remake.
The
We
embarrassment. I
have
mean,
to.
yeah. Okay,
And,
so should I take over because I was the first one to
yeah,
play it?
yeah, you go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, so you know what? Let's start with the positives. Pretty. It's very pretty. That and you know, characters look good and all that.
There we go.
Now it moves in a certain way, but it's like okay, y'all change that, y'all change that, y'all change that. What I was kind of excited for is with the whole Ashley thing because I thought we were going to be able to play as her getting kidnapped, but guess not. But now, speaking of Ashley, same thing, but here's the worst thing ever. Her AI is a little bit bad. No, it's like uncomfortable bad.
A little bit bad is more like, let's make her an annoying modern 20-something-year-old. Like,
Like when you
why?
aim, like for example, when you aim your gun in the original, Ashley's like right there on your shoulder. In this one, she does it, but she doesn't. She does it when she wants to, but she doesn't, and then she'd be like right in front of you. You're like, move your ass, you know.
But in the 4, if she's in front of you, when Leon pulls out his
Yeah,
gun, she ducks immediately. She
she
ducks
ducks.
immediately. Then she moves around behind you afterwards.
Exactly.
And you didn't have to say anything. Her AI was really good in the original 4. Like, I had no complaints about her, but in the remake, I did not
It's like
like
hell
her.
no. Now, there was something that Rubia said a lot about certain things. It's like,
It felt
uh,
rushed. There
yeah,
was
the
a
date.
bunch of yellow
Oh yeah, it
paint.
was very hurry up. It was like hurry up, hurry, hurry. Yeah, you remember this? Okay, let's go. Oh, you remember that too? Okay, let's go. It was like, dang, slow down.
And then they
We
keep yelling the stupid yellow paint on things. Oh, this yellow paint tells you that this thing could be destroyed, and this yellow paint tells you can go this way. It's like, I don't need yellow to tell me what to do, because in Resident Evil 4, you could pretty much know that you could climb up the window or break through it. It will tell you. It's like, do you want to jump in? You want to jump out? You want to climb? And the barrels were pretty. You could destroy almost anything in the game. That's what I like about it. It wasn't condescending or
and the thing
judgmental.
is that when it comes to the yellow paint, it's insulting gamers.
It is. It's
But
like,
then,
oh, you're too dumb, or you need to tell you where to go.
but Steve, you know what though? This is the prime example of why casual gamers destroy everything. Yeah, they used to never have that until yeah, I don't know where to go. They said, "Fine, we'll make it."
Even
A
though in
simple.
Resident Evil 1, the first one had a map. 1 had a map, 2 got a map, 3 got a map.
Mm-hmm.
Resident Evil 4 even had a map. I think
Oh
both
yeah,
versions had them.
yeah, they sure did.
But what was interesting about both Resident Evil 4s, both of them, is that they had wait, did Resident Evil 4 got a treasure map, or was it the remake that introduced the whole treasure map thing? Where they put a
Resident Evil
I think
4 is
the
present back.
remake
Yeah.
I think the remake introduced the treasure map where they mark things on a map to find things. Before it definitely had a map. 5, I don't think so. As far as
Wait,
I can, like, I don't know if it did had a map, to be
can I
honest.
continue on the meme remake?
But it did
I mean,
have it not so much it didn't have a map. It had, like, what do you call, a mini map? I think it had a mini map, but not so much as a full on. Before had a map because, and the thing I liked about the maps we talked about before is, if it's red, that means that there's still stuff in it. If it's blue, that means the whole place is cleared. If it's gray, you never been there before. So that was cool. And I think the remakes did this too, but the remakes also did this thing where I think they kind of tell you what's in the room if you've been there before. If you picked up an item and left it there, it's actually marked on the map, and I did like that.
okay, so
So back to this, and 4 is
damn,
that they
okay.
introduced the. Oh, go on. Oh, I'm sorry. Anything to add?
You can tell that he does not like the remake of 4, but he has reasons not to like it because, for example, when it came to the uh the merchant, now it was cool for like 5 seconds, but he used to talk. He talked a lot in the remake. It's like, dang, dude, okay, we get it.
Cause
And
in
then
the
like,
yeah, cause in the original one, he just, like, I got something to sell. It was very short and sweet. He knew when to come in, but in this one, it's like, Lord, like, what the hell?
Yeah, a lot to say, but nothing's coming out. It's like,
Yeah, it is. And what I didn't like about the four, I mentioned the knife. It's
mm,
it's I use it a lot in four, but in this game, it's like now it has durability. Now it's like because now they want to do this whole deflecting, like guard impact from Soul Calibur, and you do counterattacks. That's great and all, but I didn't think it was necessary. But I didn't have a problem with Leon able to sneak, crouch. That made sense to me
yeah,
because you're not supposed to create a lot of attention to yourself. So I did like that because crouching made sense to me and doing sneak attacks kind of similar to the Evil Within. The Evil Within you can do that, and I did do like the fact that four added that. What I didn't like is the whole durability thing because like, oh, this will be too overpowered. I'm like, no, it won't,
I
because
mean,
just because you're good at people are good at it to me is always going to work because there are going to be a lot of instances where there'll be too many enemies to deal with. So it's good when you use it. If you screw up, then this is what happens. It's like the option that's there with
that and
four.
also ask for like a story part. I'm like, so you're telling me that he came to this whatever with a very very terrible knife? Like, no.
And it's just if you're gonna add these stealth elements, don't do this durability crap. It's like because they're dealing with these people who are very hardcore. Like oh my god, this is so overpowered. I can do. It's like that's not what this is about. But the thing that I like about four is that the enemies were way too durable. It's like what is
Mhm.
going on? It's like you tell me this woman could take on 12 bullets in the chest and still keep walking after me. That's crazy. And in whereas in the original four, it's kind of like a strategy where you line them up, you do
Yep.
some stunning, and then you do a kick to conserve ammo. Like it had a system, but in this game, it just want to be action, action, action. But it gets confused itself. Like oh, but I'm not supposed to let people know that I'm here. It's like make up your mind, Leon. Do you want to do this quietly or do this loud? You can't have both. There's certain
And like I
instances where he can't help it, but his game is like, are you like why is killing this villager in this house in this version of the game harder than the original, which is odd. It's like now I'm in
oh
the
yeah,
basement. Now
yeah,
he
that
takes
whole
more
basement thing. Oh
damage.
my god. I'm like, damn, dude, why is it so strong?
And not gonna be keep taking more bullets and then now it's like you gotta sneak behind the villagers. I guess they don't want to make it too much the same, but what is with this game in basements? There's so
Oh
many
yeah.
basements in this game. A basement in this house, a basement in that house, a basement here, a basement there, a basement everywhere. Like, Lord.
Got a lot of stuff in the basement. You ever thought about that?
Now it's not even a thought. It's like why? Because they love Resident Evil 7 so much. Because 7 got basements galore too. But jeez, why go to the basement to deal with this guy in the first house? You dealt with them right in his the living room.
Now, there's one thing that Rubius will also agree with me that's actually really good. The dog. The dog is great in the remake.
He was great in the original one too.
Oh yeah. In this one though, he looks so luxurious. I'm like, damn, where'd you come from with your majestic little?
I just think that they didn't understand what made Resident Evil 4 good. They just capitalized on its popularity. I think 4 was one of the games that didn't need a remake, but definitely 2 and 3 because they were pretty old.
Hmm.
And 1 doesn't need another remake, in my opinion, because they're just going to screw it up. Because it's like, if you're going to remake 1, you're going to have to also fix Rebecca. Because if Zero exists, then you have to make Rebecca have experience because one just thinks like okay it makes sense because she's more of a healer not a fighter, but Zero she had no choice but to fight. So why is she so terrified of a hunter when in one where in Zero she killed like 5 or 6 of them like she
She killed
has
six.
to.
Yeah, she
And
killed
then
six
and then
hunters.
one's
She
and then
fought
one's like,
a.
oh my god, I'm a girl. I'm so scared. It's like, girl, you killed 5 or 6 of these things before this. You got you got captured by a giant centipede. You kill a bat. You're the first one to encounter a tyrant, but you're scared of this one hunter now. Really?
Well,
So they got to fix that. But in this game, in four, there's no tyrants in this game. But I guess, and Mendez doesn't follow you like one at all. I guess there's some kind of tyrant issue when we get to the castle part when one of the foot soldiers of Salazar follows you, but that's just a boss segment. That's not an in-game mechanic sort of thing. But see, what's the physical difference between the two? They still use the same menu system, but in remake, they turn the save the typewriter into the item box too, which was an odd choice because in four you bring everything with you, but in four remake you can store things in the typewriter somehow. It has a storage facility. Like
okay, so
okay,
going
that's
down to it,
interesting.
when it comes to changes of the characters, uh, honestly, he didn't really bother me. I forgot his name.
Luis Serra or what we
I think it's I think it's Luis. We didn't even talk about him in the original. The guy he meets in the cabin, or who's actually chained up with him.
that's Luis Serra.
Oh
That
yeah.
was the first guy that didn't try to kill Leon. That was Luis.
When it came to his like remake, I didn't really care. I was like, okay, cool. He looks like that, cool.
He looked kind of creepy in the remake to me, but at the same time, it's like, why is he talking? Like, why are we revealing Ada so soon? It's like they just want us to like, okay, now we know that Ada and Louise are working together. It's like, let the story breathe, game. Jesus, like,
I will
why?
admit the garden is a little more scarier than the original, just a little bit,
Because of
because
the graphics.
well that, but how you can hear the outside growling and stuff. I'm like, what the hell?
You can do the same thing in same thing as with the original. I think it's just they just wanted to like make it more pronounced in the remake, but the growling was there as long as you get close to the cages. In the original one, it was it was kind of quiet, which was also scary in
Yeah.
itself. You don't know what to expect.
Hmm.
But in this one, they only need to act growl, otherwise people will get bored or something. It's like no, silence can be scary too.
Yeah.
There's people who can't shut up.
Oh, they also introduced this one scary enemy where actually they actually have this like prayer, and then it makes all the other like enemies heads burst and become creatures.
That
I
was
forget.
definitely not in the original one.
I
So
know that's some scary. I'm like, what? Oh no, that disturbed. That was pretty good because I was like, oh, that's scary. Mm-mm.
the one thing I didn't bring up about, and I know Jet is definitely want to talk about him, is the regenerators.
Okay, listen, I would say lightly equal, but original four kind of wins still. When it comes to the newest one, I mean, it is kind of creepy because how he walks and runs, because he runs in a stumble style. In the original one, he just walked, breathing, terrifying. It's like, ugh,
But that's not
oh
one of the
no.
main reasons why I want to bring him up, and you know why. Because you found out something, didn't you, about the designs where it came from.
Oh, that yeah. I mean, it is what it is because I mean, it turns out that the regenerators were an asset from this old engine called the Game Guru, and they all they did was just take that asset and you know
And
made it
we
better.
later discovered that this is something that Capcom's been doing for quite some time now. But the thing
Yeah,
is, we're not. The thing is, the problem isn't the fact that they use assets. The problem is that they won't emit that they use assets because we're
and
always assuming that oh they make their own things and that's what we do, but then it's um, dude, really?
Now, here's the thing that it's probably in the credits somewhere, but then again, who knows? Now, when it came to Resident Evil, was it 8? Village. Let's just say Village. Now, those other creatures in the factory, see, they stole them. And people caught on to that. They're like, oh, you guys stole these guys. That's messed up. So, yeah, regardless, Ruby is right. It's like, look, fess up.
I mean, we're not just trying to be like dicks about it. It's just just acknowledge where you come from and we can move on. And I
Yeah,
think a
and
lot of
look, like I
gamers
said,
don't even.
yeah, it's impressive what you did to it. Don't get us wrong. It's real impressive how you did with it. But
Because,
other
like
than
I
that,
said, if you're going to use an asset, at least, use it all the way through or do something cool with it, not
mhm.
just slap it on, boom, scary monster, ooga booga. Like, they did more than that, especially with
But then again, if you really
its
look at it, it does scary enough.
just like with the Iron Maidens, where they can extend their arms like Mr. Fantastic, and pull you in and give you a spiky hug. Like
Now,
that's
see that they add that because I'm like, yeah, they added that, which is good. So they did kind of take the asset and ran with it,
yeah.
and that's inspiring too. Because yeah, so yeah, for the people who are game development, who use assets, look, just don't take the asset and just throw it in your game. Study the asset. Like, okay, what can I do cooler with this asset? Do that because that's really frowned upon if you just go, okay, here we go, slap by. It's really frowned upon.
Yep. Um, I did like that area where in the castle where you had to deal with invisible insects,
Oh
and the
yeah,
only way you
and
can
they
tell if
and
the
they
water
took it
drops.
out and they took it out of the original. Now, when it comes to little the mud bugs, I guess that's pretty cool, but like you said, nah, it doesn't beat that.
I just don't like that. If they were gonna remake four, which they shouldn't have, they should have left it. They should have left the violent aspects of it and the scariness, because the invisible bugs, the fact that
And
there's no quarter for anybody. Anyone will get severely murdered in that
and we would
game.
rather just a remaster because, like you said, Resident Evil 4 didn't really need a remake. I mean, if you wanted to polish up and make a remaster, do that.
I honestly don't even think you even need a remaster. Like, you only remaster it
Well,
if,
tell that to Capcom. You know Capcom. We need to make that money.
but that's regardless of what the fans want or not. They're gonna do it anyway because it's their cash cow. And speaking
Okay.
of cash cows, Resident Evil 5.
Oh wait, we're still on 4. We forgot the best part, or one of the best parts.
And what would that be?
The Krauser knife fight. That
There's
was pretty
two.
cool.
Well, there's two versions.
The remake.
There's the one where we have to do a QuickTime event. In the remake, there was no QuickTime event. It was an
No, it
actual
wasn't. Yeah,
full-on boss fight.
yeah. I actually liked it because it's like you had the block, you had the attack, block, attack. I'm like, oh damn, this is actually great. This feels like an actual knife fight. Now, 5. Do you want to start off, or
Oh
do you
no!
want
If
to?
you're gonna go there, let's talk about the difference between the Saddler fights in the remake
Oh,
and the original.
now here's the thing. Do you want to talk about also the one-on-one with Ada?
I have to, because in the original one, Sadler was really creepy. Because I remember our mutual
Oh,
friend,
very much.
Human Sock Puppet, like like when he was fighting with Ada, like that's the only time you get to fight him normally. But the thing is, he just like stares at you walking, and it says dodge, like dodge what, and he just zooms. It said that
Yep,
was and I'd say that was a scary fight because you don't know
yep,
what he was going to do. It's like he's far away. What is he going to do? It's like, oh, okay. But
yeah.
in the remake, you can talk about it.
I mean, it was alright. That's all I can say. It was.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm like, okay, this is Yeah.
And what about the difference between the final boss in 4 Saddler with the final boss Saddler
Okay,
in
I saw
the.
what they did with the remake because they wanted to make it more involved because it becomes like a whole mini level, obstacle level. Like, okay, you got to shoot these guys. Okay, you got to move that. Okay, you got to go over here. Okay, you got to do that. It's like, okay, I saw what you guys did. Now, when it comes to the original, it was pretty much, you know, fight him, pay attention to his pattern, fight him, pay attention to his patterns. I'm
And
like,
the
okay,
bridges collapsing and recollapsing for you to get away from
yeah.
him.
Hmm.
Do damage, and then the signature. Here's the rocket launcher. Fire!
Yep, that's
That's
for
the
both of them too.
trademark. Yeah, that's the trademark for the Resident Evil games. Actually, Kofaranga didn't have the rocket launcher thing. They had the line launcher. One did, two did, three. Not you get a rocket launcher. You do, but you finish him off with the Magnum on the ground. I always choose to shoot him. Always.
Yep.
Kofaranga,
Now,
no rocket. Yeah, I think it's Doc
now when it
Decker
comes to the
for.
last part when you go and get to the jet ski, I actually appreciate for the remake because we once we killed Settler, it's like, oh damn, they're all convulsing and dying. I'm like, oh, I actually like this because as you know, he was pretty much the mother brain, whatever.
Yeah, but I think before they fought him, they did the surgical thing. Remember, like
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
that's why they
Um,
weren't doing that because, of course, Ashley went in first because they got the documents from Louise. Like, okay, use this
now
device, and then she did it for Leon, and that's how they weren't
when it
infected
came to the
anymore. Before.
remake, I mean, it didn't make any sense because now we just talked about how the infection was a cutscene, right? But see, it's kind of like a little too late thing to show us like, oh god, they're hallucinating now, you know.
Because
But
in the original concept, like when it's in this system, the effects were almost instantaneous. Like you start seeing things. This one is like, oh, he got injected by it, but only the game's cutscene will tell us when it's affecting him. After that, nothing happens afterwards. You don't feel compelled to kill Ashley. You don't force your control not to aim your gun or anything like that. It's like, oh, Leon's fine. It's just when the cutscene says it's sick,
but
he's
then
sick.
at the ending of remake, you start to fully hallucinate, and you got to walk through it. And like, oh damn, I'm seeing, he's seeing stuff.
But I just don't like that it just is when it's plot convenience. Like,
That's what I mean. That's what I was trying to say. Cause it's like, see, it's like, see now, it's like when it came to the original, they just found the table. Let's get this out of us.
alright, but I made a mistake to put in 4 because there's a game that came, story wise, came out before, and that's this one. After
Hmm?
this, then we talk about 5 because this happened between 4 and 5. Because I just like, oh, yes, that's true. As you
Which
can
one?
see, Revelations 1.
Ooh, here we go. Sorry, I'm excited.
So, Revelation, there's two versions. The original for the 3DS, and then there's one for the. Did it came out for the PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 3?
Came out for the PlayStation 3, I guess, but it was off first on the 3DS, right?
Yep, and this was when it was misspelt because they rushed it. It's called Revelation. Then they
Revelation.
then they removed those copies to get the Revelation, where it's spelled properly. Because I guess Nintendo got so greedy, like they're doing now. Like we need to shell this shit out right now. 'Cause we
Hurry up,
need to
hurry
make
up.
money. And then Iwata's like, "What the hell are you guys doing?" So that
Relax.
it's like people want to give Iwata crap. Like, no, Iwata was the best thing for Nintendo because Nintendo was a family company, and he was the first CEO that wasn't part of the family. And I guess that made a wedge between the people who want to see stuff, and he actually want people to have fun with video games, which I agree with Iwata on that. I get people want to praise, Miyamoto, my issues with that man, grinning like a Cheshire cat.
And it's funny
Oh
because
crap.
I mean, we love Zelda, but him, we're just like,
He's responsible for Zelda, Mario, I believe Donkey Kong. Definitely not Pokemon. That was the other guy. Star Fox, I believe he had a hand on it, and I also think it's also Metroid as well. But we can't say it's just all on him. He had people working with him too, so we need to give those credit. But they're gonna always look at Miyamoto as, oh, without Miyamoto, none of this would happen. It's like, no, slow your roll. There are other people that exist too. But we brought this up because, as everyone else know, that Nintendo is not big on making a adult oriented game. I'm not talking about adult as in with sex and stuff. I mean like mature games, I should say, because we don't see a lot of them. And their other one was, I believe it was called.
Revelation.
Yeah, it was spelled wrong. Like, what are you guys doing? Yeah, it was called Deadly Science. I think I talked about briefly last time we spoke. But like, this was their another Resident Evil game, but it was. I can't say it was a side game, but it's sort of like, could you call this a filler? Like if it was like an
Uh,
anime,
yeah, sort of. Yeah, let's call it the filler. I like that
I
because
guess you
it
call
felt
it a
like,
filler, a good filler, I would say.
yep, because there was a lot of, like I'm gonna be saying this a lot, guys. Innovation. There was a lot
Yeah,
of stuff
Reggie's
they did.
catchphrases, but this is when it was meant something. What he means by it that this was the first Resident Evil game where you can alter between first person to third person whenever you want. Only the 3DS can do this.
Yep.
Secondly, you play as Jill, and I also make a joke about her that every single time you play this woman, a new mechanic appears. I introduced Jet this game, and I introduced another friend of mine this game, and they were in love with it. Especially when you get to see for the first time you can swim in this game.
hmm
Yeah,
I
you
was
can swim in
confused
this
about the
game.
first person, third person. I'm like, wait a minute, I can have it like this? He's like, yep. I'm like, done.
You
This
can
is not how
also
it looks like.
scan things like handprints. Like that's the gimmick. But if you
That's
do
a,
that, you can get herbs from it, which is pretty cool.
and
But it's not
honestly,
new.
that's a Nintendo thing.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
know
they
what.
had. It's a Nintendo gimmick which they had to implement, but it was still the monsters were nasty looking in a good
Oh yeah.
way, very nasty.
Now, hold on a minute. Let me pause right here. Now, keep in mind, they had the same consistency of monsters in this, and this did so good. This is a prime example of how you do it. This is why 7 sucked.
Because the thing was made them creepy is that they did what I wanted the older Resident Evil games to do because these ooze monsters come from everywhere, from the
Right.
ceiling, from the floor. Like there's a if you see a vent, they might come out after you. It's like
hmm
there was no safe place. Like you're always on edge. Like I remember I walked through and then I saw somebody around a corner coming out of the vents, oozing out. It was one of them. I wasn't quick enough. There's a dodging system in the game. There is, and
Gotta be good.
yeah, it's just like it's like a gentle tap that you can dodge. And the reason why I bring this up because there's an actual chapter in the game where you wake up and after you it's like the
Yeah.
I think it's the ending of chapter one where you thought it was Chris, but then the head rolled off. It's like it was a mannequin, and then you play as Chris. Then you play as Jill again, but she had no equipment, so you have to find her stuff. But the game's telling you this is now to introduce you to the dodging system because that's all you have going for you until you find your stuff. So you really, really gotta get good with the dodging in the game because if not, then you're gonna die. And I don't mean dodging as in you just stop what you're doing and run around them like old school Resident. We're talking about time you're
3.
tapping, like three type of dodging. That's what we mean. And
Yep.
that's an
Like,
actual
gee.
mechanic where the game is forcing you to get acquainted with their mechanic. I like that. In fact, there's
Also, they have.
a lot about this game. I'll say.
Also, he's also gonna bring up the whole the gun level and stuff. How you can like get attachments to make your gun even better. I
Yeah,
actually
you
like.
can. And what's interesting in a harder difficulty, you get even better attachment. They call illegal parts, where you can make your weapon stronger, have more ammo. It was a really interesting mechanic where you find parts, you and it's for all your weapons, even ammo cases, where how much ammo you can actually carry on your character, which is really
Also,
interesting.
very high warning. If you're going to play this on hard, play it on normal and practice on the monsters first. Once you got the monsters pattern set up, go back to playing it on hard because this game is very it's pretty much in your face when you play it on hard. Like, oh, you're gonna play this on hard. Okay, here's some more creatures that's gonna come after you right at the beginning. Here's some more.
But
Here's
what
some
he's
more.
also but what he's also living out is you're not talking about just some monsters. We're talking about some monsters that you're not supposed to see yet until later on. Like
Yeah.
they don't mess around on the harder difficulty. You will see some enemies you weren't even supposed to see until near
So
the end of the
long
game.
now, the way you should be playing it is on normal because normal is like the setup. Because if you play like right away on hard, yeah, you're gonna like, wait, I never seen that. Wait, I never seen that. I'm like, okay,
But the thing I love about its difficulty, it plays on the high risk, high reward very
hmm
well. Is that yeah, you
yeah,
deal with tougher enemies, but you're gonna get the best upgrades in the game as well. So if you find those, you'll have a chance. So that's what I did like about that difficulty. I don't see a lot of games do that because we play a harder difficulty. You just play the game on hard. I think in
yeah.
Devil May Cry, for instance, you get to keep all the stats you have from your old file, which I did like, which is unique. But the thing I did not like is there's no new stuff other than the fact that enemies are harder. You get to see certain enemies earlier, and then the later one, everyone could double trigger too. But what I
Yeah.
mean is, it's like another good example. I think is Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, where you start the game on if you play the game on hard when you beat the game on normal. There's exclusive items you can only get on hard, where they give you an incentive to play the game again, which I do like. If you're gonna make the game hard, give me an incentive to play the game other than the fact that the enemies are harder, like newer items, newer places to go. And if I looked into Hollow Knight Silk Song, it does that too. The one where if you die, your file gets erased, but there's more content and the harder difficulties. That's the thing I like. Like if you're gonna play a harder difficulty, give me incentive other than oh it's hard. Like what about exclusive stuff I can only find in a like oh Resident Evil 3 is a
Yeah.
good example. Resident Evil 3, if you play that game on hard mode, Nemesis drops items. You also get the mine launcher too.
Ooh.
But if you play the game on easy or normal, you're not going to get those drops. So that's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. 3 I should have brought up the 3. If you don't play it on hard mode, like not only that, you don't get access to the epilogues either. If you don't
hmm
play in hard mode either. So that's the thing I like. It's like, yeah, just play the game. But I think it's not called hard mode. I think they call it normal mode. But normal mode is the hard mode, I guess. It's weird, but I played the game on normal and it played like the original Resident Evil 2, but I think 3 was harder than 2 because
Oh,
because things are random in that game, but in this case in this game certain things you find in the harder difficulties where you get either sooner or later, but the best equipment are in places that you wouldn't think of finding. But it still plays the same. It's just you do a tougher enemy, so dodge is going to be important, and also counterattacking. Yeah, that's right. You can dodge and counterattack enemies. You can also stun them too by doing a charge
yep.
kick. That's the
Well,
thing I have to add as well too. Sorry about that, but yeah, there's.
also, if you shoot them in the arms, they'll get stunned too.
Mm-hmm. So
If you like
there's
shoot
more
'em,
ways to take them
yeah,
down.
yeah, and it's like,
There's also a new grenade that you could actually. It's like a sound grenade where you can gather a bunch of uh,
mm,
enemies together and they get blows up or something, or as a way to.
yeah,
I like that device. That was really cool. I think you get that one with Chris
and look,
and also with Jill as well. She gets some shock grenades, I think, for the swimming
and
segments.
for a single creature type, I mean, there are some other creatures, you know, fish. There's
Yeah, because you're on the ship
the wall
Zenobia.
types, the yeah.
Oh, and
Oh,
there
there's
is a.
Spectres too.
Oh yeah, I can't forget Rachel. Like she's like the tyrant slash nemesis, where you encounter
Yeah,
her and she's sort of just there to me. Like she just became a
yeah,
super
and it so
thing.
makes me mad because we're able to play her. I'm like, okay,
The only thing that's appealing is that she's a physically attractive woman, but that's it. But
yeah,
other than that,
and we can't see her eyes, which makes it funnier.
and if you do take her down, you do get some good stuff on her. You're not
That's true.
required to, but I always
But she
did.
is hard as hell, so be careful.
Yeah. Make sure you save your stronger weapons against her. I'm just going to say that. Oh,
Yeah.
and can't forget that in this game, there are a partner system. There's you, and then there's another character.
Oh yeah, this was to introduce the two-player bit. Yeah,
For Jill, what was his
and Parker.
name? Yeah, Parker. Yeah, he's from the Italian branch.
Yeah, that's another thing too that they should have kept going on the types of branches because they said the BSAA is pretty much worldwide, and
Yeah.
that's going to be something we're going to talk about in six. But as of right now, Revelations. Uh, when it came to Chris, Chris had a girl named Jessica, which you know it's
Who
Ruby's favorite character.
who dress inappropriate in the place we're going to. It's like even Chris like, why are you dressed up like that?
Well,
Like
you know,
we're
like
gonna go out kill
no,
thing.
no, no. She was all like, oh man, it's cold. He's like, well, you should have got your thermal. You should put your thermals on.
What's so odd and unique is that they're gonna make this game episodic, but then they
Yeah,
changed it. It's still episodic, but not in the episodic that you're thinking of. Those who are
yeah.
watching, and what I mean is that it says episode one, but instead of downloading it, it's already in the game. So this game reminds me a lot of Alan Wake and how they handle episodes. So it's there, but Revelations 2 was definitely corporate episodic, meaning you download each game. I didn't do that, and neither did Jet. We waited for the
Oh
complete
no,
edition was
yeah.
done.
We're like, nah, dude. And look, when you play them, I actually appreciate how long they are. I'm like, okay, I appreciate the length of the episode. So they pretty much gave us a good half of a game. I'm like, okay, that's great. But other than that, mm-mm, no, thank you.
I didn't like that the game limits you by the amount of handgun bullets you have, regardless of how much space you have, which was odd because it was weird. Like you could only hold this much handgun bullets in your inventory. That's it. Sega was shotgun shells, and the one game I know that definitely did that was Dead Aim, because in Dead Aim was weird. You could only hold up to 6 boxes of handgun bullets. But herbs, you can hold as many ones as you want. You can have up to 100. I never got to that much.
Okay, so I get what you mean now. Cause
But
it's like, wait,
in this game, I think you can only hold up to what, 6 herbs or 8 herbs, I think.
yeah.
But you can only hold X number of handgun bullets total.
Speaking of weapons, this one has like the biggest virtues of weapons, or was that three?
I'm gonna kind of argue 4, but 4 kind of had like different type of handguns, different type of shotguns. I'm thinking 4 may have the most, but 3 may have the most different types of weapons. But in
And
this
then
game, they had yeah, handgun, shotgun. He had a sniper rifle, right? He Yeah, it had a
Yep.
sniper rifle. That had an actual
Semi-automatic.
rifle.
Semi-automatic.
It had a rocket launcher. It definitely had that.
Mm-hmm.
There's an actual achievement where you have to beat a boss without it, which I
Hmm.
did do. What else?
Skill.
They had really interesting weapons. Like I can't say they were horrible.
Yeah,
That would be
that
a
was.
lie. Like, and I have to say though that I really really love the final boss in this game. I can't lie, but I love the
Yeah.
music, and I love the design, and I love the mechanics of the final boss of this game. I love them. This is not kissing Capcom's up. I'm being honest. Like they did good work with the final boss in Revelations.
Yeah, and it's kind of depressing though because they just introduced a terrorist group. I'm like, oh man, if they would have kept this terrorist group, this would have been cooler.
And you find out that the terrorist group was just a front, and um, well, if I continue that, they'll spoil the game.
Well,
But
we already
then,
spoiled a bunch of
yeah,
other.
so let's go
So
there.
spoiler.
The guy that we were supposed to help,
Hmm.
uh, like we found out that this terrorist group was been gone for a long time, and the leader,
And then
he was pretty
hold
much
on,
host.
yeah, okay. And then there was two other players. I call them Unk and Crag because I keep
Oh,
forgetting their
those
name.
two. Oh yeah, the other BSAA agents
Okay,
that
listen.
were just there.
I'm a little bothered because those two were a wasted potential of actual Resident Evil characters. I mean, we just talked about Dead Aim and stuff. Why not bring back Art Thompson? Why not bring back what's the other guy from Dead Aim?
Dead Aim,
What's that guy's
I
name?
wouldn't think it would make sense for him. He was something else. Like, Jesus, what was his
Well,
name?
you kind of know what I mean though. It's like, hell, they could have got somebody from Outbreak to be in this.
I would have
So what?
personally would had like I don't know Carlos or even Barry and Rebecca to be
Thank you,
honest, but
Carl. I like that one, Carlos, because it's like,
he's still
duh.
alive and he's still a mercenary. He doesn't work for Umbrella anymore, but I would think that he would get a job for the BSAA or something like that, but we never see Carlos again. Like he's
Exactly.
alive. He is, especially Billy. Billy's alive as well too. Well, Rebecca knows, but everyone else doesn't know. We
But
know
yeah, we could have
because
had some of them. Like I said, we could have had anybody from Outbreak. But it's like, okay, whatever, right?
but they took until 2005 to announce us, oh, Outbreak, we actually thought about it. Oh, after all these years that you didn't really advertise that game at all, and now you're bringing that back, which is odd. But
By the
yeah,
way, I'm just gonna say this now. They have to now, because
yeah, they have to.
if you're gonna introduce characters from that game, yeah, bring it out. And two, here's a bright side. They've been always wanting to talk about multiplayer and stuff. There's your opening.
Yep.
Yeah, there.
Um, Trying to think of anything else about.
I
Yeah, because
mean,
Revelations, you're 100. You're literally spend most of your game on the ship with Jill and Parker.
oh
Then
yeah, you
with
want to talk about?
Chris and Jessica, you're in like like it wasn't the mountains or nothing. Like it was just you just
Yeah,
in a secret base or something. That wait no you were looking for like a crash plane or something for some because there
yeah,
were yeah it was that and then the other group were kind of doing the same thing but a different part. One's like a hacker dude, goofy, and the other
yeah,
one's
yeah. Unk and Krang. It's like,
yeah.
bruh. I mean, no, I didn't like them. I'm sorry.
And then
I mean,
there
the only
was
thing I liked was they had double blades. I'm like, okay, that's cool,
yeah
but
that was the guy that was kind of like protecting the hacker dude. What else? Oh yeah, there was flashbacks. Like you could play as Parker and
Parker
Jessica back in their old days, and then you're dealing with
and their
hunters.
and their friend, we forgot her, the friend that had the great hair.
Oh, Raymond,
Yeah, good old Raymond with his great hair having him. So,
really, really red hair, Raymond.
and his chin.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
noticeable.
yeah. Resident Evil's characters are sometimes that kind of look like that. It's like, yeah, that's a Resident Evil character.
See. Isn't much to talk about with 4 because I not for Revelations, but I felt like Revelations felt a bit like a return to Resident Evil because they actually brought back the item box too, but it's
Yeah.
more so to
Yeah.
store your weapons because you can't. Because I think in Revelation there's only a rule they can only hold 3 weapons at a time.
And that's
Versus,
honestly,
I
that's
mean,
fine.
I wasn't bothered. It was odd, but at the same time, like I just got used to it because the other games don't do that except for that one.
Yeah, we just spoil. We like we need this, we need that, we need to put this over here.
Yeah, because ever since 4, there was no item box, but the Revelations brought it back. 5
This is
didn't
so
have it
funny.
either. It's just, oh,
It's
every
just
next mission, just
hold on, we're
stock
not
up.
there yet.
But
We're
yeah,
not
like
there yet.
that. I think that was that the last time we saw an item box
I
in the.
yes,
It
yes.
was until they got back to
Oh
the
yeah.
remakes of
Now
worse.
talk about your favorite part of what
Oh no
Jessica
no
and
7
Chris
no 7 had an item box. It did. So I forgot about that. 7 did. But
talk
anyway,
about. Yeah, talk about your favorite part and what did Jessica and Chris.
what
You
favorite
should.
part? She keeps hitting on him, and Chris like,
Yeah,
leave
yeah,
me
yeah,
alone. Like,
yeah,
what are you doing? It's not that
yeah.
It's not that Chris was gay or nothing. It's like, girl, this is a mission. I don't want to fuck
Mission.
you.
Yeah. No, yeah. She kept doing. She's like, well, I thought he would get the hint. What hint? We working.
And secondly, I'm like, she's suspicious, and I was right.
Oh,
She's
oh yeah, yeah.
spy.
We're like, hmm.
It's like, why is this woman acting so unprofessional as hell? Oh, because she's a spy. Of course. But who she's a spy for? In this game.
Okay.
Resident
Now,
Evil 5. We never see her in the game, but she's a spy for the main antagonist in this game. The one of
okay.
them,
Let me
anyway.
talk some positivity about Resident Evil 5.
Positivity, does it mean just positive? But
No, no. Let's
anyway,
talk about some positivity because we need it.
I don't.
Now, he's like, no, screw this game, screw everything, get it out of my
I
face.
don't entirely hate this game, but I hate the direction it was going, which led us to
I hate
6.
the no. You know what? I hate the execution because now you and I we're both like, okay, cool, we're gonna be in Africa, in this fictional little part of Africa. Okay, we were ready, and then it's like,
The original
we.
concept I love because they make it
Mhm.
sound like he's just being dropped into Africa to deal with these things. You gotta deal with the wilderness. You gotta deal with the. They make
Mhm.
it sound like it was. It was like more survival than horror. The way they presented it. Oh, you're gonna do some god hand dodging stuff and everything. Then I play the game. It's like, oh, it's a third person shooter.
And look, I was fine with that, but I get what you mean. And see, it tried to go by the same beats of Resident Evil 4 when it came to the house. And okay, I get it. So you're being attacked by hordes of enemies. Okay, that's cool, but don't make that a trend. And it kind of made it a trend. And then they did a lot of callbacks. Oh, you remember this creature? Yeah, it's in this. Oh, you remember that creature? Yeah, it's in this. It's like,
They rely too heavily on that, and that got on my nerves.
and now I'm gonna nitpick some more because there was one thing that I was praying for and it never, ever, ever happened. We're in Africa, people. Think about it. Hippos are a thing. I mean, there's crocodiles, but
Cheetahs, elephants.
can we see? Can you guys see a mutated cheetah? That is scary. A elephant. Come on, man. Hell, a giraffe. That's even scarier. And none of that was in. I mean, there's a hyena. That was cool,
They at least remember they exist. I was.
right? And that's my gripe with this. Even I mean, okay, they had tribesmen. Thank you, because thank you. And they had pirates, somebody pirates. I'm like, okay, okay, I see.
They also introduced 2 branches in the Africa branch of the BSAA. You met one of them, which is Sheva Olamire, and the
Yeah,
other one we meet. when we get to, was it chapter, wait, was it, I think yeah, it was chapter 3. Later on in chapter 3, we meet another one from the, was Sheva from the East or Western African branch? Was she, because there was two
Think
branches. I think that one of them was in different branches, but they know each other. But I can't
okay.
remember the guy's name though. The other guy that
I think
assists you.
Josh.
Yeah,
I'm not
Josh.
sure.
That was his name. I remember Josh because he's like Irving.
Yeah, Irving, because his rich African voice.
Yeah.
She's like the little sister, you know.
The thing is, I didn't mind the characters. I just had
Yeah, we
issues with
did.
their AI. Was my
No, no,
issue
let's
with
just
the.
say gameplay because yeah, Sheva's AI was trash. The
Because I didn't
if
hate
she
her
goes
as a
down,
person. She was somewhat as interesting as you can make her, but
but
the
see,
AI I
this is
hated.
why this is what happens when you overly force co-op. It's like, dude, stop.
And when you just overly force co-op, it's like you can't even switch between them like you do with Zero. Like they won't give you the option to.
That's right. They did let us do that.
And it was annoying that in unlike Zero, there wasn't much difference between Sheva and Chris. Like it's like Sheva has all these skills as what they said in her profile, but you never really utilize them. You don't just switch between Sheva and then she does these things while Chris these other ones, since he's strong, he can move heavier things or deal with certain things, but they weren't really all that different. Like, of course, you can lift Sheva on these little broken railings to go to other areas to open up stuff, but you can't switch as her to do those things. The AI does that, and I didn't like that because in Zero, you play everybody. You have to switch between them. Like if Jessica's somewhere, you have to play as Jessica. You switch
Yep.
between them, but in 5, they won't even allow you to do that. I think that was a missed opportunity on their part to do that. I wanted to play both of them. Like let the AI control them in combat, but once the switch between them, I want to play them.
That's the one thing. Yeah, that's the one thing they could have had in five that would actually okay, that's cool. But they didn't have that, and then you had to always babysit. It was kind of ugh. Also, guess what? Cuts. Quick time events.
Yeah, there are quite a
Hooray!
few of them. They were 6 still
But
beats it, but 5
yeah.
had a handful of them too.
Now, when it came to the creatures themselves, I liked them all. I always liked their creatures. Like, oh crap, what is that? I mean, they had a bat. I'm like, oh, that's ugh.
And there was also a game that we had horror during the day too, which I appreciate as well because
Yep.
horror is all every day,
Then we had
anytime,
like
anywhere.
a shooting section where you're on a Hummer or a
Yeah, that um, was that was that the start of chapter 3 or the end of chapter 3? Try to remember. I think no, the beginning of chapter 3, which you're on the hovercraft. I think
yeah.
the end of chapter 3 was when you're riding on the Hummer and you just make sure you don't
And
use your gun much, otherwise it'll overheat. So you
yeah,
gotta be careful. I
I
hated
mean that
that.
makes sense though. But see, what didn't make sense is that why are we fighting humans? Where are the animals? See, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Where are the
just
animals?
dudes and bikes that are infected. That's it.
I mean, yeah, we can have those, but it's like, man, that just bothers me. And then,
Oh, the
okay,
first Elegante in Africa, but all we did
there
was
it
sit
is.
in our
That's
car and
what I'm
shoot
talking
it
about.
the entire
Oh, the
time.
first Elegante. He's old. I'm like, well, we just made it extinct. Now what?
And then, oh, they introduce liquors, but it's
Liquors.
like they look
Bro,
cool,
that
but they were just jokes if you know what to do with them.
no,
They're
that and
dangerous,
the
they
fact
are if you
that
don't know, but still,
and the
it's.
fact of the matter that the liquors from the starting point was always bothersome because I'm like, look, these things are supposed to be blind, right? Why aren't they blind acting blind? I mean, they're
Oh,
all
oh,
coming.
they were if you just quiet your steps. It's just that this game made them kind of a joke, kind
No,
of,
no,
if you
like
know
I
what you're
said,
doing.
and that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, man, you guys just made this into another gauntlet, and now we got to fight a bunch of liquors. And
And
don't get me
you.
wrong, I remember that one scene where we had to walk past the cage of them. It's kind of funny because human saw Puck again when we were playing. He ran. I'm like, oh no. and we had to fight him. I'm
He
like,
didn't do
dude,
that with me though. I'm like, no, we're walking. After we walk, then we put them landmines, make a noise, have them come down single file to get their hearts.
I
It's to
still
see
can't
what I
believe.
mean. If you're patient, we get paid.
Yeah,
That's what I told him,
it's
and
just
he
so
did.
bad because Rubius he missed the Sheva part.
Yeah, I
He
don't know
missed.
how, because
I'm
that
like,
part was
wow,
easy.
you missed that part.
And the part he's talking about is the plane part where he just like,
And
and they
two,
see the
she
cutscene.
warned
Oh my
you.
god, this is a Jill moment. It's like that's so slow. You can
Exactly. Exactly. Cause and plus I knew she was gonna do an honorable sacrifice. I'm like, don't you do it, you mother.
even by
Now
myself, it was impossible to not get
now I
that.
am impressed with Chris. Did you see what he did? He
Yeah.
let go, ran, caught her. I'm like, dang, Chris.
Yep.
He's like, no.
I
Yeah.
did like the scenes you go to, but I feel like they were holding back. Like they
Yep.
were still too afraid to go dark and go scary in Resident Evil, which is odd because 4 did it, but 5 is going to be tamed. And then we have to bring up the controversy. Oh my god, it's race we're dealing with Africans. I'm like, oh, we're cutting a bunch of Spaniards saying shit and fuck all the time in
And
Spanish because that's not offensive, but
and
okay,
people keep forgetting that,
whatever.
I Arabs and stuff live in Africa too, but hey.
And they're different, and there's also white Africans that live in Africa too,
Yeah.
so there's that Afrikaans.
Yep.
But we're going to ignore that too. And then even though the two voice actors of Sheva and Josh were both black, and they're like,
Yeah.
they even played the game too. They didn't just voice act; they played the game as
Appropriation.
well.
That's not like overdrawn.
And Chris was like, "I'm big and white. You gotta listen to me." He was very. Chris was probably the nicest person. He's like, "Hi, I was here, and Sheva was, of course, his liaison, is also his partner. He didn't treat Sheva badly. He just felt reluctant to have as a partner. It's because the whole Jill incident, because
Mm.
she quote unquote died, but we both know she don't die, and
And
I was
then
right.
yep. And then the legendary part, Jill Valentine. That's what another thing that actually made me draw to play it because when you saw the tombstone, you're like, "What? Our character is dead? Excuse you?"
And then let's not forget our old friend Albert Wesker. I think the
Yeah.
last time we
He
saw
was
him
yeah,
going,
he was very active in this.
I mean, the first time I saw him more active was in Code Veronica. Like in 4, he was kind of like sitting in his chair, like being like, an overlord. But in 5, which is his last appearance, he pulled off all the stops. We actually get to fight him
Mhm.
in the game, which, like, if it's his final time, it makes more sense to fight him. But still, it's like you had that David Bowie voice. That's what Human Sock Puppet like to call him, but it made
Yeah.
sense. Jill, because Wesker loves
And the thing that's
blondes,
just
and
he's so annoyingly cool too. It's like, God, dude. And you got to
yeah,
give credit to the Chris. He's like, I don't give a damn. You got powers. I want the smoke.
yeah.
I
Then
mean,
he,
he got the muscles. He got the muscles to prove. He's like, yeah, I'm fit now.
then we found out that what Human Sock Puppet calls Duck Face is Jill Valentine, but with
Just dumb.
rockin' blonde hair because
Yeah,
apparently Wesker liked his girls blonde. But then again,
yeah.
there's Ada Wong. She didn't dye her hair blonde, but whatever.
And it's funny because you call her. Well, she pretty much is Nina Wong. Nina
And
Williams.
what explained about his child in 6 because he's a ginger baby, so he loves redheads apparently, not blondes. But
Yeah.
we'll get to 6 when we talk about that. But oh yeah, we can't forget his quote unquote partner, which we know that Wesker doesn't believe in partners.
Yeah.
Aleskia, which I call glossy tits because her boobies were
Yeah.
very glossy.
Yeah. Well,
She,
she likes to be comfortable. Damn.
yeah, she just according to Capcom, she's not just looked like a beauty model. She also is the reason why Wesker is able to keep his virus in check too, I guess, and also the
Mhm.
what were they called in this game? The Ouroboros.
Yes, the Ouroboros.
And I also had like a name for the villages. I could try to remember it off. I think it starts with a K.
Samadhi or something like that.
Like what they call the ones that were infected. Like it was Swahili for demon or something like that. Because it
Yeah.
said Swahili was the dominant tongue in the area, and
By the
um,
way, what also kind of made me more kind of mad about this game. The advertisement were actually pretty decent.
yeah, like the only way you and I knew about it because we went to Comic Con and we saw like Resident
Yeah,
Evil
that
5.
advertisement was on key, so they did mission accomplished on that.
Yes,
Cause
they did.
we're like, damn, what is going on here? I'm like, oh shit, it's Resident Evil. And then we saw Beef Chris. I'm like, dang, Chris, what you been eating?
Yeah, he worked out and everything and going to every single mission to try to block the pain of the loss of Jill. But as we said before, she ain't
And look,
dead.
when it came to the boulder punch, I mean,
That was a
see,
bit much. Like, I can't
when
take this
it comes to
seriously.
me, little stuff that like that don't buy. I'm like, well, he got the guns for it.
And the Nita Williams, Jill Valentine thing,
Yeah.
too.
Well, look, actually, it's funny because like like Rubia said, every time we see her, there's a new mechanic. That's pretty much her again.
Yeah,
It's
she
about
can like okay Trinity and Nita Williams. Like she was going
yeah,
Trinity. The only thing she was missing is that iconic kick that
yeah.
Trinity does. That's the only thing she was doing. She was running up freaking walls and jumping off and shooting as she's jumping. I'm like, come on. But that was also the same time we're also dealing with
I was more
Wesker.
disturbed about the jewel on her chest. I'm like, geez.
And you have to
The
perfectly aim at that chest too to
mhm.
get rid of the device. Or
uh,
you can slash it if there's a cutscene that can help
is
you
it
do
called my
that.
genie?
I think it's Vagini. I think that's maybe what it
Yeah,
was.
Majini.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, they're called the my genie.
That's correct. Yep. Can't say the game is ugly. It's a pretty
No, it's
game.
not. It is gorgeous. Now, here's a crazy thing. What was your favorite level in five?
um,
I know that's kind of like difficult because we're just like, let's just end this.
I think I have to say the chapter one levels going through the city, and
Yeah, I
I
feel it.
mean it's just something about it. And I think when you fought that scorpion slash bat thing, that area where you're on the cliffs,
Yeah.
that scene, I thought that was cool. But a lot of the levels didn't really wow me all that much. It wasn't an ugly game, but it wasn't a
For
lot of
me,
things.
it was the
I like the ruins. That one was pretty
uh,
cool.
yeah.
But yeah,
Um,
that's
the one I actually started to like was the marshlands.
yeah, that one's a nice one too. You get to ride on that hovercraft and you get to ride on the
Yeah,
marshes and stuff. That was a pretty nice
because
area too.
that was more than one level too. I'm like, "Oh, okay, I see what you guys did here."
That level wasn't easy either. Like
No, it wasn't.
you had to deal
So
with gators. You had to
it's
deal
like
with
pick your
tribal,
difficulty, you know.
and those Majini villager they can jump. They got legs. Like that's why they
Yeah,
could.
that was funny because I kept trying to dodge them. They power leap. I'm like, oh no.
Especially out of the water. Remember that shit? Like just jump out of
Yeah,
the water and just come
and it
after
makes you
you.
wonder. I'm like, how long were you guys down there?
It's like it was nuts. Like
And then the chieftain, oh, with his skull mace.
I can't forget that every time he tanked down Wesker in the game, you get the heart of Africa from him. And it's a
Mm,
diamond. It's like, okay, dude. A
yeah.
white Englishman or English accent steals the heart of Africa, of course. You evil white colonizer. But anyway,
Wow.
it was hilarious. You got the heart of Africa. Of course, they have a white man have that.
By the way, they show African technology. I mean, they pretty much had beams of, they had lasers. Oh,
I think that's from Excelia's group, but she also lived there too, so she is African as well,
mm.
technically.
And then she became worms.
Yeah, because Wesker shows generosity to Alexia.
Yep,
It's like,
yep.
my only BFF was always going to be Birkin. You're not Birkin, bitch.
I know, right?
But she's all like, but we be together. It's like, sweetie, when did he say to your boyfriend, girlfriend? Because I didn't hear that man think of anything like that about you.
And you never pushed it. So, oh well.
Because she was all like, oh, Chris, don't you want to see Jill? And she think that she's all in charge because she was in the middle, Jill on one side, Wesker on the other. It's like, yeah, keep telling yourself that, Jill.
It's just
No.
also funny because the main goal was that to try to find an Ouroboros that was stable, and they could not find it.
Yep, and reason why I bring up Exelia is because she is Jessica's boss, but we never see Jessica at all in the game, or even no mention of Jessica at all. And how I know of this, I had to look it up on Capcom's archives, but apparently Exelia is the boss of Jessica. So whatever Jessica gotten from Revelation, which is the T Abyss virus, that went to her. And also in Wesker's clutches. I think that was the base they needed to do the whole Ouroboros, but as Jet just said, it was still unstable. And then the final subject was Albert Wesker, because he gave himself the Ouroboros as a desperate attempt to survive and be relevant. Despite enough, he was powerful enough already to dodge bullets like Neo from Matrix. But then we found out that the very thing that he uses to treat himself was his own weakness. Because, oh, so what Excelli was giving him also, we just like, Operation Overdose is what we had
Yeah.
to do. We had to weaken him enough so that we can run up on him and eject him with the thing.
Yep. Sure
So that
did.
was interesting.
And
Can't.
then that boss fight was like war and pestilence and
That was a
God.
long fight, not because he was hard, it's getting to him was the long part. And
And
then,
then we had to punch boulders.
but when I played with Human Sock Puppet and I unlocked the rocket launcher, I'm like, let me check something out. Oh, we could beat the game this way. We don't have to. We could just launch rockets at him.
That's another thing. Their inventory system, like when it came, no, actually, when it comes to their level thing, it was kind of broken, and broken as in like you can pretty much manipulate it, which
Yeah, you
I
can
think they should
farm
have.
ammo. You can farm
They should have
rocket
never. Yeah, that
launchers.
was a big mistake to do because they should have made that like an ending type thing.
Because
Because,
in
like
Resident
you
Evil
said,
4, like it was just ending of
yeah,
chapter 1-3, save the
yeah, any of
game.
chapter what dash two and so on and so forth. Now, when it came to this, it felt, I'm
Too
gonna
video
say too much.
gamey.
There you go. 'Cause it's felt too video gamey.
Because and another reason it's bad is because like it says, oh, beat the game in X amount of time. Like, in classical Resident Evil, you beat the game
Mm-hmm.
in 2 hours or something like that, or 2 hours 30 minutes. You get the rocket launcher. In this
And
game, you can just beat your best time in each chapter, and collectively, it will be the time needed to get the infinite rocket
exactly,
launcher. So you
and
can't.
that's a
And yeah, you're gonna say it cheapens the challenge to get it. You just have to go back to the level again, restock, and
mhm.
just do better in each subsequent chapter. And four, it's just when you're in a chapter, you can't go back anymore to that chapter. You can go back to the area, but it's different. In this
Yep.
game, it's the exact same chapter you've been to since the first time you've been in there, but you get to keep all your stuff. I didn't like that, and unfortunately, six is like that too. Is that you can go back, you can restock. So that
And
felt
see, this is
episodic to me, or at least the
and
prerequisite to do the episodic.
So are we done with five, or is there any more?
Um, do you want to talk about how there's even more different type of grenades in this game too? There's like six different type of grenades with a grenade
In
launcher.
five?
Yeah,
I didn't know all
there's
that.
there's the fire. There's the flame grenades, the standard grenades, the electric grenades, the acid grenades, the
Oh, they
flashbang grenades. Was there five or I think there was five or six because there was a lot of different type of grenades. There's flash, electric, acid, fire, and explosive. Yeah, there's five different types. And there was hand grenades, of course, in that game, right? Was there hand grenades? Was
yeah.
there? Try to remember. It's been a while. I believe there was because four had it, five had it, and six had it definitely. But there were six, five different type of grenades, which was interesting, I guess. Six had different type of grenades too, but the only one that accessed it that was Chris's campaign. He got the grenade launcher, if I remember correctly. But in five, there were two different types: electric and flash grenades. So that was interesting. So I had to bring that up. Were there any other unique? Oh, Sheva gets the bow if you,
Yeah.
and then Chris gets the freaking minigun, and he's strapped up like Vulcan Raven from freaking
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid, which
It's
makes
bad
sense
at
to him.
it gives you a bad shot, but it's very powerful.
Yeah,
Now when it comes to goofy stuff like costumes, I mean, I like Sheva's Red Riding Hood outfit.
yeah.
The African one, I mean, it's all right.
What's it called? The Red Riding Hood, or is it called Fairy Tale?
Fairy tale, yeah.
Okay. Still the same thing. It is a fairy tale, but nonetheless, I like that
Now
one
when it comes to
too.
Chris, I mean, what can you do with it? It's Chris in a safari outfit.
And before we end five, we have to talk about the two DLCs. But if you got the gold edition, you get these with it.
These could have been the DLCs that actually helped it. I mean, when it came to it, they were great because they're like, oh, they went back to basics.
The
Huh.
first one was it Lost in Nightmares, or was it called Nightmares?
Lost in Nightmares, I
Lost in
think.
Nightmares. This was um, I can't. Can you call it a prequel to five because it was before the events? Like what happened before five? Like why we think Jill was dead. So we played Chris and Jill in this situation. We already found out that Oswald Spencer, the one of the three creators of Umbrella, was still alive, and it's kind of like a
Yeah,
recreation of the mansion. I like that level. I mean, I like that DLC because it stayed true to the the premise of the game, but I still didn't like the fact I can't switch between them. I didn't
yeah.
like that at all, but I did like what they did in the other one. What's it called? The last was Escape something. Like I try to remember the name of it, but you played as Josh and Jill, post
Oh,
Jill, as in when you rescue her from the device that was on
yeah.
her
I
chest.
mean, I still.
That was just a run and gun, survive. You
Well,
do
they had to
this, you do
leave.
that. Yeah, they had to leave,
Yeah.
escape. But in this one was just it was very quiet, and then it gets scary at certain point. It was very patient when it comes to scary, and it was a unique enemy that you can either deal with or not deal with, but you deal with them a different way. These two twin things. Then, of course, the final boss was Wesker, because in the cutscene in 5, it was Wesker that killed Oswald. But in this DLC, we fight him.
And look, we got to give credit where credit's due. Jill did the bum rush.
Yeah, she's like, if you're gonna, I want to take you down, and
Yeah,
I give her
and
that.
it makes you. I mean, what? Did she hit her head really hard or just?
She pushed him through a two stories window. What do you think?
I thought that she used him as a pillow or a cushion.
Yeah, he might have just punched her in the head, or she hit her head. Like I don't know, like
Yeah.
how she got unconscious. But Wesker's like, can't leave a good thing go to waste.
Yep.
At least he knows that if Jill's with me, get a new mechanic, so he already know the rules.
I'm surprised. And then let's also put this out that it took a movie to make Jill come back.
Yeah, but with the same hairstyle as three, which is
Exactly.
weird. When she had a ponytail when she had her natural brown hair, but whatever.
Yeah,
Because,
we're like, so it took a movie to actually make her come back? Come on, man.
and according to Six, she's in recovery. Recovery of what? What exactly?
And then to make it worse, that movie could have made a great game. Man,
Yeah, there were three movies.
yeah.
Three movies. I think we
Well,
covered.
we're talking about 3D movies too.
Yeah,
The CG. We covered five.
yeah, because those are the ones I think we had to bring up, unless there's anything else about the levels you want to bring up.
That's, I mean,
Because that
no.
game felt fast to me. Like
Mm.
I just like even though you can't beat it in an hour, but it just felt quick to me. Did it felt like that with you? The more you play it, the faster you just get through
Well,
the
moreover,
game.
it felt like once you know the patterns, you're just like, okay, go this way, go that way, go this way, done. It's like any game, but I see what you mean about be fast.
So, you ready to move on?
Yep.
Now we could talk about six, but there's another game that's between five and six, and that is
Uh-oh.
Revelations 2.
Ooh. Oh.
Everything that I complained about with Resident Evil 5,
Uh,
this game fixed it.
yep. Now, remember what I said about Gaiden? So there's something that they took from Gaiden that actually made it, like you said, better, and that is the ending. Uh, Now should I tell them just right off the bat or just?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so in Gaiden, the ending, it's a it's a cliffhanger because the creature that was tormenting them turns out was a disguised as Leon. Now in this, the little girl, there's a hint that the little girl is Wesker's sister reborn. So it it may not be
She
the ins-
implanted herself into
yeah.
Natalia.
So it may not now it may not be inspirational from that game, but if it is, that's a cool little thing they did. But then again, this is Capcom.
And what's weird about this game, it take place like was it several months between each other or a year? Because it
Yeah.
was weird because we realized we later find out that
Wait a
Barry
minute.
and
No.
Barry and
Yep.
Claire were like far apart from each other in terms of the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because was it like Claire's was like months before, and then um, with Barry, it's like present day. It's like that's how long ago that was. Whoa, okay, that was interesting. What I liked is that you could switch between, um, well, for the first path for the chapters, it was Return of Claire Redfield, and then we got Moria, which was one of Barry's daughters. Barry's daughter Moria is reluctant to use guns, so from the very beginning, she had the flashlight, and with the flashlight, if you flash on the enemy's face, they can get stunned for a bit, and Claire can just kill them with a gun or a melee attack.
That and she was all about the blunt
Yeah,
melee.
she not later on, but much later on, but in the same chapter, she gets a crowbar or something like that, where
Yeah.
that could be her melee because she's not for guns because of what happened
And
in her
see,
past.
that's exactly what you do with characters. If they don't like guns or anything, like okay, melee. Now, if they would have got rid of the melee thing, see, he also said it best, the light. She blind, she could have just blind people, but see what they did was actually cool.
And there's also team attacks in this game too, but I think that
Yep.
five started that, so we get five credit for that one. But in this game, like not only that, there's also item creation, like you're eating Molotov cocktails and all the other things, and Rebecca, and since not Rebecca, like what the hell, Moria was not it's not the range fighter. She's a mid range fighter. She's the one that holds more stuff, and you get to hold more inventory space with Moria than you do with Claire. I just I don't know. It's like every time I play a Revelation game, well, this is only the second game. This was episodic, but like we said earlier, we waited till it was actually complete. We don't want to slice a piece; we want the whole pie. So we waited for that for good reasons. We got more content. That it was scarier because it was a continuation of five with the Ouroboros, except Wesker's older sister, Alex, she made it so that the transformations is based on the strongest emotions of her subjects. That's how they really transform. And secondly, like what I brought up is you couldn't switch between your characters. In this game, you can. I like that. And both characters have their own uniqueness of them, which again, I just like that quality that they are a team and you have to use them to get through the game. What else? Like you try to find your team from Terra Save because that's who she works with, and then you find out that the your boss happens to be the remnants of the group that's trying to think they're saving this city that they built, but they are the main antagonists of the first game, not the terrorist group, but the one that used the terrorist group. So that's where one and two kind of link together. It's like, oh, he's a remnants from that. So that was interesting. But he's not the main antagonist. He's just a remnant of the first game. But the main antagonist is Alex Wesker. She was his. He was. She was. Spencer's caretaker before she ditched him. So there's that. The other character we mentioned is Barry Burton from the first one. He was also the one that rescued Jill and Carlos from Resident Evil 3. Well, the original one. They removed him from the remake for no apparent reason. Because Kenan said that he did rescue them from the chopper because he got the rescue call from that. Barry and the girl Natalia. Natalia is not a physical fighter, but she uses bricks as weapons, and she has the ability to point to look for items, but also locate where enemies are. So she's kind of like a biological version of the detective mode for the game because she can find enemies, which is interesting. That was her thing. There's weapon upgrades in this game too. That's still a thing. There's a big Kafka literature about suffering and pain in that one. So that was the theme of that one because of prison. There's a DLC where it's actual survival mode where Moria has to like hunt for food and do all these things, otherwise she dies. So there's that. That's a DLC, but if you get the one for Steam, you get all of that, so don't worry about it. But I can't say I don't like the game. I think I even like it more than Revelations 1. Because they did, it's like they learned from their mistakes. And the reason why I talked about Revelations 2, because they make a reference to Pierce, who ends up being Chris's partner in 6, near the end of that game. So what is your thoughts on Revelations 2? Because I actually enjoyed that game too. I was shocked that I liked
Oh
that
yeah,
game.
I liked it too because they always have something. I mean, I'm sad that the first person, third person thing wasn't in it, but I
Yeah.
love the fact that you were able to switch your characters. I'm like, good.
And
And story wise, I like the fact that Moria said, I don't really like guns," and then she's like, "Oh, I can use this." I'm like, "Good job, girl."
then she was
Pulling it.
forced to save, and then she was forced to save Claire with a gun. And
Yeah.
chapter 3, that was interesting too.
And the funny thing is that she said that that's because she didn't like guns, didn't say she wasn't good at them, and she proved that.
Yeah, because her dad taught her how to use a gun.
Yep.
Did her sister die from a gun accident, or did she get badly injured?
I think badly injured. I mean,
Yeah,
keep in
because
mind,
he has two
it,
daughters.
I mean, if she would have died, I don't think he would have recovered from that.
Yeah, even though they're treating Barry Burton like a McClane. Like, what is this? Die Hard? It's the
Yeah.
way they made him look in the game. He just felt very
Now,
John McClane.
when it comes to Natalia and Barry, that's when I think the fear happens because the fact of the matter that she can only see certain things, I'm like, ugh.
And basically, without Natalia, I don't think Barry would have survived because there's certain things that only she can detect. And
Yep.
without him, like she can't really fight. She can just throw bricks and stuff, but she can locate things.
And once again, I love how all these NPCs actually do stuff. Like you
And we
said,
could
she
switch
threw
between
brick.
them too. Yep. They
And see,
utilize things.
that's what I mean about true survival horror. It's like, look, let these people survive how they want to survive. Okay, hide. Okay, run. Okay, if I can trip the damn creek uh NPC, let me.
Because in this game, you start with a prison again with Claire
Yep.
since Code
Oh, I forgot my
Veronica.
favorite part. There was a scene in this that I truly love, and this is what inspired me to make me want to do it. So, yes, they start off in the jail, and when they find their first body, it happens to be a security guard. Claire does the most greatest thing of all time. She takes his utility belt. I'm like, oh my god. I don't know why I love that scene so much, but the fact of the matter that she took the utility belt, I'm like, oh,
I think you like that part because we never seen that before in this series. That's the first time we
yeah,
see a character took more than just a weapon from
yeah.
it.
I'm like, oh my god, she took the utility belt. That's the smartest thing yet.
And she said one of the coldest things, like, well, guns are more useful than people. She
Yeah,
said that.
yeah. Claire's always
But
savvy
she,
with the
yeah, but
with
she
the.
never said shit like that before. It was weird.
It's just like how
This was like,
Mario's
oh,
like,
I'm done. We need to survive, okay? We need to
no. She's like,
go.
are you crying? No. I'm just opening up my eyes. I'm like, you are so poetic. Get out of my face.
As for Moria, she just felt like one of those angsty teen
Yeah,
girls. But the
yeah.
thing is, she was a little annoying, but not annoying enough for me to hate her because I understand why she act the way she does. But then we learn more about it's like, oh, okay, this is why she's like this.
Now, not to kind of jump the gun on when it comes to costumes, there's one costume in there I do not like, and that is the cat costume. The reason why I don't like the cat costume is because you get a samurai sword that you cannot use.
It's
I'm
just
like, God,
decoration. It's just
I'm like,
prop.
God damn it. That would have been perfect for her.
Because what was the point of even putting all that there if you can't even use it?
Look, just put the cat costume. Don't tease me.
Yeah, and interesting because in Silent Hill you get to use a katana, but then it's like, oh, I could use one of Resident Evil. Psych.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
they just pull the curtains over our eyes.
Wow.
Um, I can't think of much with Revelator other than there is an enemy that's invisible, but you could use this special thing to lure it out, like a special scent bomb thing.
Oh, Miss Wesker.
Yeah, I already mentioned Alex Wesker, but she's
And
weird
see,
though.
the thing that sucks is that they had a character and they straight up killed it. I'm like, you just introduced us to a relative of Wesker and you killed her
Yeah,
and what
as older
that's just
sister, Alex Wesker. Yeah, she was the
it's
one
like
in charge, and then we have someone left over from the first game. And it's like, oh, that's your boss, Claire, one of the last survivors of what was it Landrum was the
mm,
main antagonist of the game, but you don't get to fight him, you just arrest him. He happens
yeah.
to be friends with your boss of the BSAA. It's like I thought Chris and Jill would be the boss since they're the founders, wouldn't? But anyway, I thought that was weird. But
Yeah, I see what you mean. Cause it's like,
and near the end, did Claire called Pierce, or no, Pierce called Claire, or I don't know, because it's like, oh, like, because I don't know how. I guess they met. I guess somewhere, but there's a cameo that they were talking on the car. I think she was in her Jeep or something. So on her cell phone, it's like keep him, and said I'll make sure I'll keep him safe.
oh
And
yeah,
he did keep his word on that. That's for sure.
yeah, you sure did. That's actually more sad now.
Yeah. So we want to get to this one
6.
now.
Okay,
Um,
6.
I definitely remember this game. Oh,
So
I
now
definitely
for
remember.
positives.
Those who don't know, this game came out in
Actually, no, I'm more
2012.
mad at with this one because there was a lot of cool stuff in it that I liked. I like the fact that you can jump on your back. I like the fact that you can roll. I like
Crawl.
all that silly shit. Because I'm like, you know what? For a person that's in high training, that's fine. Now, what I didn't like, of course, was the stamina. Not only that I didn't like the stamina thing, the fact of the matter that when you sprint, the stamina goes fast. When you kick, the stamina goes down. It's like y'all. So you guys made them actual trainees, but then when they do something, their training just goes to crap. It's like, come on, man.
Also, you forgot that the herbs are like gummy bears. If you pop just one of them, your stamina just
That doesn't
magically
bother me
goes back.
because
But not only that, they pop your stamina just magically comes back. Like it just getting high gives you so much energy. So.
it's funny because I didn't that didn't bother me. It made me laugh because the fact of the matter that the herb is always morphing. First it was moonshine. Now, no, no, no.
No, no,
First it was
the
weed.
last one
I'm
was weed.
sorry. First it was weed. Then
It was a
and then now it
spray.
yeah. Then it was spray. Then it was a
Then it's
then
a
it was a
gummy, and
and
then.
then it was moonshine.
Mhm.
I think that's the one thing I'm actually excited for Requiem. I'm like, okay, what are you gonna make the health now?
Yeah, they just
Well,
pop them. It's just like a little slide, just pop them in your mouth and you heal,
yep.
just like that.
It's crazier because if you really think about it, I'm like, damn, someone made it in a gummy form.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
it's always in rows of six. Like
yeah.
if you combine it and make six of them, you combine a red herb and a green herb together. What's unique about this game is everybody has a special ability with their weapon. With Leon, his wing edge, or the hell the name of it is, he can he can dual wield because he
Yeah.
can.
Because we're cool.
And with Helena, what I call Apple Bottom, she gets the Hydra. That's from. Was it introduced in four, or was it
3.
introduced in five? The Hydra. No, no, that's Hydra has
Oh,
three
the
hole.
Hydra.
Yeah, the
Yeah, the
Hydra.
Hydra. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, five introduced the Hydra. Four introduced the Chicago typewriter. I like that
Yeah.
weapon. Um, with
What else?
with Chris, I believe he had the largest melee weapon. It was like a machete. I
Yeah.
think that was since five. I think, but yeah. Um, each one had their own different melee attack. With Pierce, Pierce had the unique sniper rifle, but his rifle was probably the strongest because it had like
Yep.
infrared.
And it's
With
funny because I'm like, that makes sense.
Jake, who is Wesker's ginger baby. He could do martial arts, but
Yeah, he had hand.
he tuckers out when he does a 4 hit
I
combo
know.
somehow. And he's like what 20
Yeah.
years old, and then we got the
Sherry, I
return
think
of
Sherry had the
Sherry
coolest one.
Birkin, who's 28
She
years
had a
old. She
she
had
had a
a
roided up rod.
she had a taser staff that was
I thought
taser
that was the
rod that
coolest
was
one.
strong and it could be charged up, and she can regenerate her health thanks to Daddy,
Mhm.
which is gross, but yeah, yeah, because
Sherry also know martial arts, and she's from the CIA, so she went up in the world.
Yeah, she did. But
But
for some
moreover,
reason, the one that adopted her, which I don't know why Claire gave her up to Simmons, who has an obsession over Ada
aka
Wong.
homeboy from Devil May Cry 2. Let's keep it real.
I don't think he's like Arias, but he certainly kind of behaves like
No, he
Arias.
dresses like him. He's just if you look up Arias and Simmons, I'm like, they're pretty much the same character. He doesn't have demon form. He has Dino mode. I'm sorry.
And what's odd about this game is that for some weird reason, when you play the game first, you play Leon first, but when he had the when he's in China, I don't know why
The
he
thing,
gets the intro,
the
and
thing is,
then
Bill, I know what you mean because that part really bothered me too. I mean, okay, the reason why they let us play it because it was a tech demo and they said, okay, cool.
but if he
But
gets it, how come no one else gets it? Which is
that's
weird.
what I'm saying. And when it comes to Chris has a fever dream. Well, not a fever dream,
He gets
just
a
a
past sequence, which is a whole
yeah.
chapter in itself, and he get
And
back into the
yeah,
present.
that bothered me too. I'm like, dude, you just wasted a freaking chapter.
So Resident Evil 6 didn't learn anything at all and decided to make it like a full-on campaign where they played
Now what?
Batman Begin music.
Yeah. Now once again, when it comes to the creatures, badass. You shoot some in the legs, they get hind legs. You shoot them in the head, they get shit. I don't know what they get when they shoot them in the head.
That was during Chris and Jake's
Mm.
campaign
You
mostly.
shoot them in the arm, they get a super arm. They get an infected arm. They shoot them in the belly, they get they get armor. It's like it's the coolest. That's the coolest thing to me, in my opinion.
And what irritated me about 6, they treat it like it's that ice cream flavor with chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. They try to cater to everyone because
Yeah,
with with Leon, you get like, okay, we're in a building, it's dark, we deal with
we're back to
zombies.
yeah, we're back to zombie basics. I'm like,
However, these zombies kind of remind me too much of the Left 4 Dead because we got, oh, that's not the Whopper, that's a different type of zombie. We got the Screamer, all these type of things. So it felt too much like Left 4
then again,
Dead.
that other was terrifying. I don't know, the one that morphs into like a walking liquor. I don't know what the hell it was.
There's one that gets like red skin and everything. He's like really.
Yeah,
There's one that screams other zombies close to you, and there's the fat one. So there's
that's
different.
it.
I agree.
Yeah, and that's what he meant about Left 4 Deadish, because yeah, they did feel kind of Left 4 Deady. It's like,
And there's a specific boss we see twice, who I call Miss Titties, which it, which she gasses entire room to infect a whole group of people, turn them into zombies, which is
oh,
dangerous.
titties. You said.
It starts with an L. Because I think it's a Scandinavian kind of name, but it's like it means something. You can just
Yeah, when she walks
crack.
up to you, she wants to kiss you, and it's like, no, no,
Yep,
we don't.
and you shoot her in the head because that's the most vulnerable part. It takes a while to kill her, and
Yeah,
that's actual achievement where you beat her fast enough for two sisters to survive.
yeah.
Everyone else, screw them. Make sure the sisters are okay in the church.
I try to save everybody. I was like, I didn't.
Yeah, and the second one was kind of like Call of Duty meets Monsters, I guess.
And it sucked because I was okay with that, but it's just how it executed.
And we
I just
played
imagine
Chris Redfield and Pierce,
again.
and then they made an homage to Yawn, but it was an invisible snake. I believe that was still chapter one, I think, because chapter two was the flashback. And then chapter three was like, oh, he woke up again. He says his anger towards Ada Wong. But we get to her a little shortly. Third is Jake Melzer, Wesker's son, but we don't know who the mama is. We'll never know, just like we don't know who Nero's mama is in Devil May Cry 4. And his partner is Sherry Birkin. She came a long way from a 12-year-old to a full-on CIA agent. And she can pull her weight, so we give it to Sherry. Um, we can't switch between the characters, but there's a way to play them through going to the game and you click Helena, Sherry, and Pierce to play their part. That's how you get to play as them. But it's still weird that you can't switch between them, which is odd. But anyway, and in this version of the game, they don't waste ammo. They have their own ammo. But at the same time, are they really killing the enemies? I don't think they are. I just feel like it's just a show sometimes. It's like, are you really killing them? Because if you're playing with me or it was just you playing with me at the time, then they get to die. But if the AI is playing, I don't know if they're actually doing damage to them. But yeah, and Ada Wong is in here, but interesting enough, she's solo until a DLC happened, and then somehow she magically gets a random dude with a mask. We thought it was gonna be Hunk, but it isn't, just some dude. But Ada's always been a solo girl. We only unlock her if we beat all three scenarios, but she's the final key because if you play the game, we see her in all three games, but there's two types of Ada Wong. We know that she loves red, so I know that's the real Ada, because we never see that woman wear blue. That's how I could tell that Carla, sad story with that one, made. Let's get to Carla now. Carla made literally made.
Real Ada Wong.
Carla made the C virus for Simmons. He does, of course, behind the scene while he's working, for himself and also working with the president. But the president didn't know about the C virus. Apparently, the Simmons family, took over and created Neo Umbrella for reasons, and Carla, their main scientist, made the C virus. But since she found out that Simmons is so in love with Ada Wong, she literally made this virus to give herself cosmetic surgery to make her body look like Ada Wong, which is depressing enough. But even after that, no affection to her whatsoever. He likes the real deal. So she went nuts. She went revenge on Simmons. So she's doing her own thing, and Chris kind of got his revenge, but not, because if you play as Ada Wong, that's when you actually fight against Carla, who becomes Clayface. You'll see what I mean if you play the game or watch it. But she becomes the crossbow girl, even though I recognize as Claire being crossbow girl, but that goes to Ada since 4. The game loves acrobats. They love quick time events. There's so many in this game. Even quick cutscene. No, quick time events. There's also events in the game where you can counterattack an enemy by picking up a fire extinguisher and use it as a weapon, or you could do a counterattack where you're next to a table, grab a knife, and stab a zombie. I thought that was interesting, but I did those by accident. Like, I didn't know that I could do that, but it happens. They're still stunning and hitting, and then, like he mentioned before, you can crawl. You actually have to crawl under blades, so there's a bit more mobility in the game. You have to duck, go through ventilation shafts, a lot of running. You get to pilot a jet in this game with Chris, because we keep forgetting that he used to be in the Air Force. Last time we see him in a jet was in Code Veronica, but in this game you get to pilot it, including a Jeep where we have to drive around and someone shoots. There's that. Back to Jake and Sherry. We can't overlook this. It felt like a hand-me-down version of Uncharted and Tomb Raider, because there's a hide and seek segment, because Usanok is like the new tyrant chasing after the two. There's a jet bike sequence where we have to run away from a avalanche while dodging trees. And there's also the open the vault, strike a pose, open a vault, strike a pose, open a vault, strike a pose, and then end the chapter.
Oh shit, you told after everything. Ain't nothing else.
Yeah, because half of everything, meaning that we're skipping the whole hide and go seek. Don't let these
That tell
bad things
everyone
find
that tells you
us.
how much he does not like six. Okay.
Yeah, because Six trying to please everybody. I want to please everybody. Please the horror
It
fans.
sucked because he's right, and the thing that really sucks is that we got to play Chris flying his doing what he learned how to do, fly fly a jet. We actually got to fly a helicopter, which was kind of cool.
There was a swimming segment in Six where
Yeah,
Leon and Helena when they were going through the underground ruins
yeah.
that we found out that the Simmons owns. It was what almost 100 years old. Like okay, so they're a thing. It just felt random to me. Then we fight a shark
Yeah.
in that game too, a mutant shark.
I'll be right back. You keep talking about
Okay,
five.
you mean Six? Um,
They both act the same. They both ass.
but Six had a lot of ass, and it's not a good ass. But anywho,
Well, I mean, apple bottoms is great.
well, that's all they show was they love Ada and Helena's ass. That's for sure. Um, so let's get off the bat. Like the cutscene that really try to sell the people is, oh my god, Leon had to kill the president of the United States because he got infected by the new virus. We later find out that Helena is responsible, but not because she's a terrorist, it's because she was forced to, because Simmons kidnapped her party going sister, and she had to commit the terrorist action to make sure that her sister will be fine. But just like any old terrorist, they don't keep their word, and her sister becomes a boss fight. A very overly sexualized boss fight. They like to do a lot of poses and everything, but we don't get to fight said. The boss was between like how can I put this? It was crossed between platforms, riding on mine carts, dodging, and then we get to the actual like battle arena where we get to fight her, which took a while. A lot of these fights like to drag on a bit. This was in the ruins, of course. We get to see Aiden again in that one. In the Chris's campaign, you fight a giant POW with this strange rod tube thing on its back. But we fight different sections where we get to climb up rooftop to jump up top of the thing, shoot it, and then Chris being as strong as you try to pull it out from him to kill it. Then we have to fight two of them, but that's when Chris and Pierce finds Jake and Sherry because they're both in the same area. Interesting enough, but in different sections. So that's was interesting, and then they kind of go in their own separate ways afterwards. Um, what do they call it? A dramatic horror is what they call it, which was very bizarre. The game itself was very bizarre because it's trying to figure out who are you. It's like a teenager's like, I want to be an astronaut. No, I want to be a businessman. I want to be an entrepreneur. No, I'm going to be a football player. That's how this game felt. It just felt like it didn't know what his identity was, and I was confused. But when I played again on Steam, I beat the game without cheats. Then on professional, I play with. Yeah, I use cheats on professional. I don't care. I have to care enough about the
Yeah,
game
and
to
see,
do so.
here's the thing: is that sometimes the game gets like really cheap. Oh God, on hard mode. Oh God, it's like you be doing so good. Oh no. It's like, come on, man.
And I didn't use cheats because the game was challenging. I used cheats because I hate the game. I want it done. I hate this game so I didn't do the mercenary stuff. I did not care. It was over and done. 5, I got the blue ribbon. 6, I didn't care. Every single player thing of the game, I got every last one of them. As for professional, that was the only thing I did with cheats because I didn't care enough to play it. Not because it was challenging. I just didn't give a damn. I didn't care. I want it
Yeah,
done. It was over. So
but yeah, see, and honestly, that's how Rubius is, and he rarely cheats. So that tells you how much he does not like this game.
only on professional because it wasn't hard. I just want it done. But the other stuff in the game, I got them fairly. The medals, I did not cheat. I got those
Mhm.
on my own. Weapons, they weren't that hard to find. To kind of find you. All the
Yeah.
other challenges, but for the professional difficulty, I didn't care enough to do that legit. I did not care. I beat it
Actually,
done, and that was
I
it.
did that though, because I found a loophole. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just do it like this.
And just like 5, you can re-enter a level and stock up on ammo.
Now did
Oh,
we?
oh, I can't forget. There's a leveling up system. But the thing that really got on my
Yeah.
nerves was like, why do I have to get this upgrade to make Leon not have carpal tunnel? He's an H. Like he can't have steady hands.
Now you see
That
what
was
I mean though?
crazy.
And see, that's what I mean is that you guys made these characters high, high professional, like, jump, roll, crawl and all that, but oh, aiming, no, they can't aim. You know, kicking, oh, they get tired. Sprinting, they get really tired. I'm like, huh?
Yep, and you have to get all these points. You collect like these chess pieces. And they give you a bunch of points to buy all these skills to slap on your character. I'm like, I get what they're doing, but it's getting way too video gamey. Like I was fine with each character had their own unique traits, but then it's like, seriously, really? And oh yeah, you get to. There's a scene with I think it's with Chris and with Jake where you can climb up the helicopter as achievement and you shoot the guy that's in it and then come down on it and then what else? Cause there's just wacky. Did you have to? Don't you have to fight a tank in that game too? Do you? I think you do. Or I'm confusing Devil May Cry 2. But it was something on the lines like that. It was just it just went all over the place. Like, and I didn't care for it. And I feel like I want to just be done talking about this game. Like it was an unpleasant experience. But I did like any PlayStation 3 version that I have that gives you 4, 5, and 6, not and missing Code Veronica. I got professional on my PS um, network, but on Steam I didn't care. I cheated on them. I don't care. The only time I had to use the what do you call it? Wasn't called a cheat. What was it? Like I had to use that when it came to the multiplayer stuff for Resident Evil 5
Yeah.
because I can't just find people out there, hey guys, play with me to get these achievements. Like,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
but that's the only time I had to use cheats for. But other than that,
Uh,
I played 5 fairly. But 6, professional, I used cheats. 5, I didn't use cheats for professional. I did that with you. I
yeah.
did that with you
But you
specifically.
guys see the difference though? At least 5 was tolerable and slightly fun-ish.
But 6, it just
Whereas
felt
six
like
six is like,
everything they did, everything they tried to do right, they found a way to completely ruin the fun
and
for
even
you.
the quick time events. The worst quick time event I still think is the plane. Because I'm like, what do you guys want me to do? You want me to go up? You want me to go down? What?
It
And
was
then the
way too
helicopter.
dramatic. Yeah, the helicopter
Yeah.
was something else too.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I get it. They're trying to keep you on your toes. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Next.
And then they have you play Ada 1 with the helicopter, but that one wasn't too
It,
bad, but it was just weird.
it's just no thank you, man. No, I'm good.
It was too much action for me. It's like, oh, we have to remember this is a horror game. Like, how? But anyway, do you have any thoughts on 6? Because I try to
Yeah,
think of
I
any.
love from this day that from this day, my favorite thing was Rubius' reaction of the last boss. I
Which
had
one?
I
The
withheld
Fly, the
no, the
Power of
Simmons
Love
one.
one. Oh, the
The
Jurassic
Sim
Park one.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
we're
was
not
waiting
gonna
because
do a
what
Dino
I
Crisis thing. Here's your Dino
exactly.
Crisis, bitch. Here it is.
I
Stop
could
why.
when I first saw that, I'm like, oh, he's gonna love this. He is going to love this, and I held on to it. And when he
What
saw it, he was so mad. You were
what
so mad,
what do we call the final boss for Chris and Pierce? That blobbish baby thing.
baby. That you know what? Let's keep it real. That thing was terrifying looking. I'm like, ugh, what is that?
And if that thing touches you, you're instantly infected. Like look what happened with
Yeah,
Pierce.
yeah. See, out of like really creepy stuff, that was the scariest one. Cause I'm like, ugh, it looks like a baby and
Then with Simmons, he became a bone unicorn, shugging out bones at you. Then he
wow,
became a
bone
T.
unicorn. I like
Then he
that.
became a T Rex, and then he became the Fly. It's like, okay, dude, those are some wild unicorn, T Rex, Fly. Okie
You know what?
dokie.
I barely remember the rod thing. I'm like, okay, cool
And
rods.
then Leon gets to survive bone shards aiming at his back when he was
Oh
protecting Ada
yeah, the power
Wong.
of love twice.
Leon's not dead. He just survived somehow because reasons.
And look, he didn't even writhe in pain. He didn't go ah nothing. It's like, damn, Leon, what kind of
And
fleece you
then
got on?
the whole Ada stabs him with the arrow, drops down, grapple hook, try to be cool, outshine people.
Oh,
I have
you
to
know
say
that.
she is VIP. She did save them. She
Yep.
saved every last one of them.
Yep.
With her
Said he was
cube cell phone. She talks with the cube.
okay. See, like I said, there's some points to give. That little cell phone was badass. In fact, they all had that little thing, and those are badass.
Oh yes, I'm
But
glad you brought up each character had their own different menu.
yeah,
Different health system. It was
and
interesting.
honestly, that was cool. But like you said, this game is just yuck.
It's like they did things that I like, but they did things that I did. I like the Jake and Sherry where they're in the snow. It was all
Yeah,
cold and everything.
yeah, yeah. We didn't like the snow thing though.
And then the
We
one
didn't
that
like that
irritated
shit.
me was when the bus crashed and they had to go to the cemetery. Every time a lightning struck, a zombie just appears right in front of you. That got annoying real quick because it was too
Well, no, I
frequent.
mean, did it though? I mean, it was kind of scary. Like, oh shit.
And then there's a stupid because you slip and fall into the hole.
Okay, yeah, that was bad.
Oh, it was
I mean,
annoying.
it's realism, but it's like,
Noah's realism was just irritated. Like, how many times you got slip and fall in the mud? Like, really?
that's actually true because it's like, dude, get some balance, okay? Get some balance.
Aren't you Asians? You could just wall kick
Now
and
you
all
see what I
that, but
mean?
now
It's
it's like,
like,
oh, I'm
but mud.
helpless. Oh no, I can't do
Yeah, when it
this.
comes to mud though, mm-mm.
It was just a lot of. It was just. And I still remember what the director said. We're the adults and they're the children. We know what's best for them. And then
Yeah.
suddenly the cells didn't do so. Oh, I guess daddy was wrong. They got quiet real quick when the cells wasn't in their favor. Like, oh, what's up, daddy? You thought you not know what's best for
Now,
us.
when it comes to me, when it comes to six, yes, it was a terrible game, but like you and I say, play the ball as it lies. Okay, you had all this stuff in here, the family, the connections,
And they never talk about them again. Like, not it said that Neo and brother was taken over by the older brother after
and
Derek died.
that was actually kind
But
of
that's it.
intriguing. That was kind of intriguing to me too. I'm like, oh shit, there's a new umbrella.
They
Okay,
don't even bring
cool.
him up in 7 and 8. It's like, oh, Blue Umbrella. We're trying to clean up the mistakes. It's like, okay, you just came out of nowhere. What about Neo Umbrella? They're not gone. The family is still in control, but we're not going to talk about them. Oh, ignore them. We don't know what to do. Then why did you make them up? So, here we
I mean,
go.
did we already tore it up? I mean, here's the worst thing. I mean, you don't like six. You definitely don't like seven.
I know I got overwhelming positive because people were thirsty for a haunted house
Well,
again.
here's the thing. Let's ask ourselves why did it get won't be positive? What did it do that was did right? even though we've played it before and it's like this is
It's called
ass.
Cope. That it was Cope. That's why Cope made it good. Oh, we get to go to house again. Oh my god. We're playing one person and people were really excited over it's an everyman.
Listen, I like,
Since when Resident Evil's about the everyman?
and you're talking to someone that likes underdogs and shit, but this one's like,
Ethan
no,
was
he's
not an
stupid.
underdog. He was yes, he was
That too, and
stupid.
yeah, this motherfucker's dumb. Oh, I got, I got a message from my wife. Oh man.
Who
Oh
was
wait,
missing for 4 years and
years.
suddenly gets
And
me
then he goes to the house. Oh, I found her bag. It's all messed up. I'm like, go in it.
watching a creepy videotape where she's all wet and shit. It's like
That too. It's like, bruh, when are you gonna
where
get
are
it?
you? Where are you, wifey? You were gone for 4 years and you're all wet
And
and
then we find her, and
everything.
she's all like, she's all confused and shit. It's like, okay.
I don't know where I am. I don't have memory.
And then she
When you
comes
find her
back,
in the prison,
and then
in
you
this
fight
guest
her.
house.
It gets domestic. She takes off your hand. You pick up an axe. That's what I only actually appreciate about. See that little part right there also made Ethan look stupid too. Oh, you pick up an axe now? Really?
I
Okay.
wish we can keep that axe, but you don't get the ghetto freaking knife
Well, yeah.
that you pick
Let's
up
not
from the
let's not let's
cop.
not skip let's not skip ahead because we still talking about how
His wife could
he
take some
act
headshots, that's for sure. She could take a
that
whole lot
that
of
too.
headshots.
And then he asked his no pun intended. He asked his wife, and
In
she
the
fell.
neck.
And then here come our character.
Somehow she's perfectly fine. We meet her again.
But see, that could have been as scary in its own right because I'm like, what kind of virus is this that
After
just
that is
insta
welcome
heal?
to the family,
And
son.
son, pow, eat it is good.
Oh, we missed
And
the part where he goes in with his car. It's during the day. He goes through, see all this
nah, man,
dead
I fast forward all that shit.
animal. Then he
I
sees a
fast
pile
forward
of
all
people's
that shit.
belongings. See his wife's purse with her belongings in it. Not
Phobias,
sure at
phobias.
all.
I
See all
passed
these
all that
cars and
shit
everything. Not
because, like
sure
I
at
said,
all.
I just
No.
addressed that how stupid Ethan was. I'm like,
Lost his
oh,
hand. He has to keep
yeah,
as an inventory because hand back through staples and moonshine
uh,
because reasons.
eat it,
All
it's
these other
good.
weapons, but no, he gets the knife from the cop, even though there's plenty of utensils around. No,
And then
no.
Jack Baker just he's gonna eat. He ain't eating, Bob. He ain't eating.
Yeah, let's make fun of Southerners again.
Goddamn old man, not again.
Just making fun because only Southerners just they have cassette tapes.
Yeah.
Like why not records? They had records too. Cause I've been in the South before. They know what a VHS tape. They know what
And
a
then we
DVD
start, and
is.
then we start the bullshit run and hide. I'm like I said, this is what made me mad. You are in a urban environment. Pick up a stick. Pick up, pick up some rock. Pick up. He just broke the table. Pick up one of them legs.
What about a big ass kitchen knife? Like you're in a kitchen before you got when you not
That's what
before
I'm
you
saying.
got
A
fever
kitchen.
now.
Look, butter knife can do some damage too.
What
Come on,
about the
man.
broken bottle? That could be a weapon too.
Yeah. See, don't put me in a freaking
The only one who picked it up
situation.
was what's her name the daughter when he picked up we she gets to pick it up as a defense item, but Ethan can't do that, but she can. Zoe, yeah, her name was Zoe.
Look, Ethan is a software engineer. He ain't stupid. God. But
Somehow
yeah,
can
that
use a
whole.
gun very well, but he can't pick up a broken bottle as a defense item. Oh no, can't have
So
that.
yeah, look, as you know, as you can see, we don't like Ethan. Fuck Ethan. No,
But
I don't like
remember,
him.
in this game, Ethan is supposed to be us, but he still talks though, so he has a
No,
personality of his own. Like, no, he's not me.
the only thing I like is his seed, but that's besides the point. She's cool. He ain't.
We
God.
also play another character through the power of flashbacks and tape cassettes. We play Clancy, who is the
Yeah.
cameraman, I believe.
Here's the thing. Clancy should have been the main character. Clancy actually had more reasons to get the hell out. Clancy had to fight through two damn DLCs. But oh, he dies in the one. He dies in one video, man.
Correction, 3 DLCs. One he's in bed, The other one, I believe, is the Horde mode where you have to survive during the day, and the other one is 24, the card game. So technically three
Mhm.
DLCs. He was in a lot of things, and you get to play him not
Exactly. I'm like,
once, not twice, not thrice, but four
but
times.
and like you said, it's like, so why are we playing as Ethan? Because there's no point in
I'd
him.
rather play as Clancy, to be honest. Like, they stumbled into this. Either I'd rather play the mainline
And you know what else?
characters.
Ethan would have been a better side character. Like, I was just looking for my wife, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, oh man, I'm trying to
She's
get out
around
of
the
here too.
corner, so there you go.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? Yeah, Ethan would have been a better side character than anything.
And then
Clancy should have
Clancy
been the main.
and Clancy gets and Clancy runs into Chris Redfield. Would that make more sense? But
Yep.
no, he's just they treated Chris as they did with Dante Devil May Cry 4. He's a janitor in his own game. He's cleaning
Yeah.
up the mess of the new hot character now because he's in his 30s and Chris is like in his late 40s now. He was in his late 30s in
And
Resident Evil
then
Six.
the big surprise is that he's working with Umbrella. We're like, oh, that's surprising.
Blue Umbrella, like it was he. They made Chris the
But I do
liaison
like the
of the
fact
group.
that yeah, I do like the fact that he still has his paranoia. It's like, look, I don't trust y'all. I only trust y'all from
Yeah, he's
Harlem.
working with them, but it's just they just come out of nowhere for some reason. Okay, so he's working with them, and they're hunting Lucas because Lucas is the only survivor somehow. He didn't die in the main one. He escaped like a coward.
Oh, we forgot. The daughter.
No, I brought up Zoe. I brought it
What about her
briefly.
DS? What about her DLC?
I said I brought up briefly. She was the only one to pick up that broken bottle that was in that room. That you go where that trap door, and there's two endings. One they capture you again. The other one you escape, but kind of not escape because we
Well, I
know
was
what
actually talking about
happened.
Into Zoe or whatever.
No, that's daughters. Daughters you get to play as Zoe. End of
Uh,
the end of the end when you get to play the uncle who rescues Zoe.
the most mysterious character. Like, wait, we didn't know about no Joe.
And because they love Final Fantasy 13, she looked like she completed her focus and she became a Final Fantasy character near the end of that game. Yeah, and with Joe Baker, he punches, he chucks out sticks, spears, he eats
And
grub,
honestly, I highly
insects.
respect that. I mean, he didn't give a damn. He didn't care what it was. He's like, he would knock the hell out of it. I'm like, damn. I'm like, damn,
I
Joe.
have to say that Resident Evil 7 had the most DLCs I ever played in a Resident Evil game. You got a card game, you got horde mode, you got this really weird game you play as Mia as it what was it like Joe's 50th birthday thing. You get to feed him food and stuff. Then you play bedroom. You get to which is Clancy again, trying to escape. You play daughters, which is Zoe. Then you the only free DLC is with Chris, was not a hero. That's six. I think was there six DLCs or seven DLCs? Only one of them was free. I got them all because we got the gold
Okay,
edition.
so it turns out Enzo is canon. I just super confirmed it. Okay, so Enzo is canon.
And not a hero too. But what's weird though is that they say it's canon, but in eight, oh, the Bakers are dead. What? What about Joe and Zoe? They don't mention them at all in the synopsis of seven and eight. Like
Uh,
so all that was for nothing. Zoe's dead, but they don't bring up Zoe.
no, Zoe. The end of Zoe is actually canon. So yeah, she gets saved.
But what I'm saying is when you play eight, look at synopsis, it said all the Bakers are dead. So that was
I don't
confusing to me. They said like I know it says canon, but then eight says, "Oh, they're all dead." Says who? Because according to Capcom, it says they're alive, but in the synopsis, "Oh, the Bakers are dead."
know about the storyline.
Um,
But does not directly interact with H storyline as a clear cutaway of End of Zone takes place immediately after 7, and not a hero continues Zoe's story. Suggests that End of Zone aligns more with with a non-canon bad ending of Resident Evil 7 where Zoe was thought to die but survives, raising the same.
That can't be the non-canon ending because
Resident Evil 8 sets years in Resident Evil 7 for follows the canonical events of Ethan survives and Mia is saved, with no direct references of Zoe shown into Zoe. The 8th one mainly focuses on Ethan and clearly
because it had to be the canon ending because Zoe just becomes crystallized. But if you chose the other ending, Zoe just
oh, yeah.
become ossified like her mom did, and
Yeah, it
her
pretty much says it represents as a what if side story. Never mind. They just ruined it.
yeah because Capcom can't do stories. So let's talk about things I did like about the game in Seven. What I did like
Oh, I can't wait
is
to.
well, the item menu is kind of back, but not like four because I like four's inventory. Um, you can also mix things on the fly. You can make first aid. You can make bullets, but that was introduced
Mm.
in three. But you can do it whenever you want. You just have to have the supplies to do so. What else?
Now, when it comes to the light goofiness, I like to say, I mean, they had some interesting side games. Ethan Must Die.
Oh, I forgot about that one. That was the seventh one. I did mention those other ones, but I missed it.
Jack's birthday.
I did say that. Did you not hear me? I said Jack's birthday. You play as Mia. The only thing I forgot was Ethan Must Die. I think I purged that because that pissed me off. It was just
Yeah.
ridiculously hard for no reason, and it was random. But oh yeah, you can crouch in this game like you do in six, but to
The thing
quieter
is cool
steps.
that
You can
when it
block
comes
in the game
to
as well. You can block,
Jack Baker actually attacking you, you can duck under his attack, which I'm like, okay, I like that.
which is an achievement when it comes to his scissors. To dodge the scissors, which was. And
Yeah.
you can fight him with the chainsaw, which is part two of the real fight with Jack. I did not like Marguerite. Her fight took too long for me.
With her
And
little wobble.
she takes too long. Like, she has so much health in 7. And shooting her in her cubby hole was interesting, her weak point. It's like, really, Capcom? I can shoot there. Okay. Then Jack is somehow not dead again when you fight him in the port area, like where you're supposed to designate to where Zoe is so that you can exchange and she makes the serum. I don't know why she didn't make 3 because she knows that Ethan's affected too, but whatever. Game, whatever. Make the choice between your wife or Zoe, a girl you just met. Which makes very little sense because why didn't she make 3 and use that one for herself? But anywho, and then wherever choice you make, you still play as Mia at the cruise liner because reasons. So when you choose Mia, she rose and you ask me a question. It's like, I just don't know what happened. It was all a blur, and then Ethan gets captured, and then you play as Mia. But the other ending, Zoe is like, ever since Mia got here, all this bad things happened. She was going point by point by point. What was her reward? She gets ossified and dies, like her mama did when you beat her. Then somehow Ethan gets captured, but this time Mia Mary Poppins herself somehow to the cruise. I don't know how she got there. She just got there magically without no boat. But in this case, this is the difference. If you choose the canonical ending, Mia saves you and you get to be pushed out of the cruise liner. You never know what your wife did because reason. You get to get her gun, the knife, and the remote bombs, but not the tape to find out that she's a terrorist. But if you play the other part where you chose Zoe, she becomes a boss fight again. But you have no other weapons because reasons. You get their own salt mines, which you play as Chris with to deal with Lucas. The final boss is Evelyn, which is the girl they experiment on. They believe they call themselves the Connection. Yes, the Connection. Those are the group that Mia was working with. That fight was pathetic. It was like a joke fight. You just keep shooting at her until the cutscene happens, and then she grabs your leg for part two. You get a new handgun, shoot her face again, then the fight's over. I'm like, really? At least in 6 you deal with actual bosses. This one was just a joke. I'm like, really? That's it? Cap, cap, cap. And then the rest are those 7 ones I mentioned. I forgot Ethan Must Die, but I'll say them again. The first one was Not a Hero with Chris Redfield. You turn to the salt mines
Which
to,
was free.
which was the only one was free. Everything else cost money. Chris gets some cool gear, and then the other ones was in a pack. It was a card game. Then you get Bedroom with Clancy again. Another Clancy game is Nightmares, where it's kind of like the horde mode. You have to kill a bunch of enemies until time runs out. Then we get to play Daughters, who you play as Zoe. You can play Mia, that is Jack's 50th or 55th birthday. We get to feed him food and drinks. It's a little. I don't know if I call it fun because I don't like playing Mia, but you get little bonuses for her to get stronger. We brought up Ethan Must Die. That's 6. I always feel like I'm missing something because I think there's 6 or
Now,
7 DLCs. I think
when
that's
it comes
all of them.
now when it comes to the creatures, now I did say that how I liked all the creatures from all the Resident Evils. This one was the less one because I
There's
think it
only
was
3 of
how it's
them.
well, not that it's like the lesser thing because like you said, all you had to do was go out the door and they'll just go back into
Oh
the
yeah,
walls.
the power
You
of
go
the
back.
door compels them. You close the door, they despawn. If you're lucky,
Mhm.
you can despawn them even further. Yeah, what he's saying is that when you close the door, they despawn and reopen, meaning that you can save ammo that way. That's for all of them. There's only 3 types. There's molded, there's quadrupedic molded, and there's bloated molded.
When it
That's
comes to
it.
the crawlers, they'll keep hitting you till you die. Which I mean, okay, that's what they're supposed to do, but damn.
Yeah, but just like the door thing, close the door, and if you're lucky, they can despawn permanently. It happened to me a few times. Like, oh, the door made them disappear permanently. Okay. And keep in mind, this is the first Resident Evil game that does this. Even if you close the door on a zombie, they're still there. But in this game, you close the door, they despawn. I'm like, wow, this game is not scary anymore. The only time that I got startled was when I walked through the door, I turned around the corner, Jack was right in front of me, but I pulled a gun to his face. That's my initial reaction. Is like, psh, with the shotgun. No, I didn't have the shotgun actually. He was on the path where I was leading to the shotgun, because you had to do the run and hide thing because you can't kill him like that. But if you know how to sequence break, i.e., get to the basement earlier enough, which you can do on. No, it was called Madhouse difficulty because you can get if you collect all these things called antique coins, and there's a lot of them in Madhouse. If you get at least 6 of them or 5, you get to unlock the Scorpion key. In the original game, you have to find the key, but in this one, you have to unlock the key on the table. And then once you do that, you can go through that doorway, and Jack can't follow you. There's a bipedal molded, but if you keep shooting him in the head, you can eventually kill it fast. But the critical hits are random. But if you get to the basement where you pick up the third and final piece to unlock the front door, but he grabs it, of course. Once you see that cutscene, his falling around, going roaming around the house, he disappears permanently. And that's for both versions. So if you know what you're doing, like you can make him go away real quickly. But Madhouse, he disappears real quick. There's more traps in Madhouse, but there's not a lot of positive because Ethan is not a good character. He's just very bland. Like it's hard to
Yep.
hate him because he's just bland. He's just bland. Like Mia, I hate, but Ethan, he's just
Oh
whatever.
yeah, he does not like Mia at all, and it's understandable.
She lies to you. She's like, "Oh, I got a mission to do." What do I mean a mission? That you have amnesia. So, what was that all about? But Ethan, he was just whatever. So, um, I think people just in cope mode because seven is just an homage to one, but one did not need a soft remake. Just play Resident Evil for Steam.
Hmm.
There it is. It's right there. I don't need a homage. I can play Resident Evil One right now while we're sitting here. I could play that. Like I don't
And
need to be
then they're all like,
reminded.
"Oh yeah, let's make new characters and blah blah blah." You had one. It's called Clancy.
Remember what Angry Joe said? We need new people, new fake. Says who? I want the series to be over. Like
Yeah.
it's just stop it. Like we don't need new people. We want the story to finish, but they have to capitalize on their cash cow.
The thing that kind of sucks is that they made it into like a continuous kind of thing.
Yep, there's no mention of the family, of course. No mention at all.
Exactly. It's like we finally, and see, it's funny that you did say that because we finally got rid of full on Umbrella, and it's like, and then they just keep doing these other stuff. It's like, dude, you should have kept Umbrella alive until the last, to the last, to the last one.
We don't even know the status of Neo Umbrella. We just know that Derek's older brother took in charge of the family because he was the one that was in charge of it,
Mm.
and Neo Umbrella. But then when we say Jax is welcome to the family, son, it's like, is it that family? No, it's just this family. And like, here we go, adding
Mm.
new people, and don't get me started with eight because eight just derailed that. It's like no Neo Umbrella anymore. But apparently,
But
these
what?
people are the real people that started Umbrella. It's like, stop it. Just stop it.
What's
Before
so
we
bad
get to
about
eight,
8?
but before we move on to eight, any last words? Because it's like, there's
Ethan is
some
Ethan?
things I like. Oh, that's H stuff. Ethan is Ethan. That's eight. That tells you beautifully what they think of him. Oh, Ethan is Ethan when they're being
And then it,
interviewing the
and they,
staff that made it.
and it's so funny because they just put sad music on like he don't know what to say. He's all emotional. I'm like, no, he doesn't really know what the hell to say.
Because he was literally thinking about what to say about Ethan. That was sad.
I'm like, no, he doesn't know what to say about, and it's okay because there's nothing to say.
Speaking of something to say, you have anything to say about eight? Because I played the game. I don't know about you. We
I
both
haven't played it.
saw we both saw the game start to finish.
It
I
sucks because I
played
saw
it.
a lot of Let's Plays. I have it, but it's just, I mean, I like the lycanthropes.
Well, since I'm the only one who played it but haven't finished it, not because it's hard and challenging, because I lost interest because I just can't stand Ethan. But this is my thoughts on it. In this game, you can alternate between first person and third person, but that's
Oh,
actually a
now
new
you can.
feature. Now you can. They try to push that, but now they added in with the Winters expansion.
Man, don't
And
see. Oh my God, why'd you bring that up? I hate that DLC turn. I hate the
yeah,
fact that third person was DLC. I hate. Oh my God.
but the thing is, you can't alternate between first and third person on the fly like you can do in Revelations 1. Once you pick one, you have to commit to it all the way through. But from what we heard about Requiem, you can do that. Requiem did not start that, guys. That was Revelations. Let's give Revelation credit for that. Then they removed it for the console version for No apparent reason. And people defend it, oh, make it overpowered. Like, shut up.
Mhm.
Stop with this coping thing. Just stop it. Get off the crack pipe, but okay,
Now,
game.
from what I've heard about eight, it's like, okay, he lost his baby. Of course, he's gonna go get his baby.
And
Chris
allegedly
gets,
his wife gunned him down and then take his baby
and
because reasons.
and it's kind of funny because when Rubius saw that, he's like, mm-mm, it's too good to be true.
And you're
You're like,
telling him not to come after him. Right. You shot his wife, cold blood, kidnapped his baby.
that's
Oh,
the thing
just
that
stay
bothers me about
there.
Chris.
Just
I'm like,
chill, bro. Just chill. We just committed murder and kidnapping in the same room. By
yeah,
the
me, I'm like, really, Chris? Really, you just gonna take his baby? I'm like, really, Chris? You think he ain't gonna go get her? Come on, dude.
strangest house ever. Like, how did a software engineer afford an expensive house like that with drapes over mirrors? Every mirror has
Well,
drapes on it. Even their wedding photos, they're covered in freaking. It's like,
well, that
are you
tells you how
kidding
long
me?
what's her face has been in that house. But that's more disturbing. I'm like, wait a minute, has he been hanging out with her? I mean, if the if, is Rosemary really her baby? It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, we had to collect pieces of our child like the Triforce from four different
Now, see, that part was
lords.
sad. I'm like, oh no.
Why are you here, Ethan? Like, gee, maybe
I
you
won.
shot my wife in front of me and kidnapped my daughter. What else motivation do I have to be here?
I'm like,
And then the
Chris.
audacity of Demetrius, like, you killed my daughters. Oh,
I'm like,
really, bitch? You kidnapped my daughters and cut her up in four pieces. Now I killed your daughters and they're in several pieces. So it's revenge, okay? I'm like, really? And then the daughters on there say, why are you doing this? I'm like, you're trying to kill me and now you're getting mad at me for defending myself? What are these children bipolar? Or they have mental problems? Like, aha, we're gonna kill you, manling. And then when you defend yourself, oh my god, you're trying to kill. It's like, really? You kidnapped my child, try to kill me. Now you're getting mad at me for defending myself. What? And like you mentioned before, the lycotropes. This virus makes you look like a werewolf, but you still like
it sucks because that's really scary. But like you said, the execution's like,
they're bullet sponges, that's for sure. I mean, you can do headshots and everything. Like in this game, like instead of doing like a kick counterattack, you kind of do like a dodge slash. You do you do a block counter and you push them out of the way, and that's how I got an achievement. Doesn't really hurt them, but it keeps distance from them. What else? Like I felt like I should have done it in first person because in third person it's okay, but I feel like the aiming is a little weird and the enemies are very spongy. One minute I thought I was running out of ammo, and then I got so much ammo afterwards. It's a combination of Resident Evil 8 and old Resident Evil 4, even though the new Resident Evil 4 uses the same thing as Resident Evil 8. Because the whole menu system, which is the largest I've ever seen, by the way. Um, you save the typewriter, bring the typewriter back, so no cassette tapes in 7 because reasons.
oh, I
Yeah,
mean,
they bring back typewriters because reasons. Like, oh, no cassette tapes? Now we're doing typewriter. You don't have to look for ink. It's for free. It's on the house.
no offense though. I think that's kind of lazy.
It is. It really is
And
lazy.
they could have made their own little thing. Like, uh, they could have made anything. In fact.
Oh, and I neglected to bring up, which is also in 8, but in 7 you get syringes. One syringe increases your health. One syringe increases your walking speed.
Wait, what in the Bioshock?
That's in 7. That's why I didn't bother bringing them up. In 8 they do the same thing, but you have to cook for them. You have to cook these specific meals to increase your health, your defense, not your physical defense, which I wish it
That
was,
actually I
but your
did.
arm defense. And
I
then the
did
third
like.
one's your walking speed.
I no look. I did like the cooking thing, but the whole leveling up your thing, I didn't like. I'm like, okay, I like that ish.
Because in 8 you get to hunt. You get
Mm.
to collect things for recipes, and if you collect them
I
all and makes a
see.
recipe, you get
I
to
like
increase your health.
that they're consistent though. I do like that. I'm like, okay, so you gotta go hunt animals and cook them. I'm like, okay, that's cool.
I didn't have a problem with that, but I did have a problem with is that the game comes off as being big and massive, but it's extremely linear. Like the moment when you want to explore, you can't explore anymore. Now you got to run away from these enemies you can't kill until the game allows you. That was the entire castle part. Like all I
Mm.
wanted to do was just look around the castle, but nope. Now Demetrius is coming after me. I can't. They won't let you breathe. Like they won't allow you to just look. Resident Evil 1, I can do that. Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, Code Veronica. Even Resident Evil 4, I can do that. Even in some aspects, 5. 6, I could care less.
But you
7,
can. But you
7,
can.
yeah, in some way you can. And 7, you can if you kill all the enemies, which is really easy. But the thing is, even though you can explore 7, I didn't care enough to look around 7. It's just swamp, run out house, basement. It wasn't a lot of things to see to be in awe of. Like, but in 8, it's like, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. You're being followed constantly. Like,
Yeah.
you can't just. Like, the only moment where you can go around a little bit is the city, the little village, but even that is short lived because it's just very narrow. It's like, you need a key to open this. You need this key to open that. It's like, oh, but you don't get the key that you're looking for in this village. You have to go somewhere else. And then where I am right now is basically finding Demetrius. It's not that she's hard. Like I actually like my file right now. I have so much ammo that I'm not worried about her. I got the sniper rifle. I got the shotgun shells. I got an upgraded handgun, so I'm more than ready. But I'm like I'm. I'll get back to you later. I'm done with you. Like I just don't care. Not because it's scary and it's hard. Like I just don't give a damn. I didn't like the castle part. I guess is interesting if I actually have the time to actually explore it because it's like you have to run away from her. It's like there's no
What
chance to
sucked is that
actually
that
look at
whole
the
game could
castle.
have been just her. Because do you remember any of the other people?
They made a big deal about her. She's the first of the 4 you have to fight.
That's pretty
After
much.
her, she's gone. There's a glorified boss fight with her. After she's done, you get a slice of your child in a little jar or something like that. And then the other bosses, the one is in the dollhouse, the one that's in the swamp, and the other one in the factory who's
Oh, the only thing
Ghetto
that was actually
Magneto.
yeah, yeah. The only thing that was actually scary was the baby
Yeah, that was the
creature.
dollhouse one. Yep, to give you hallucinations. The third one was the swamp, and the fourth one was Heisenberg. That was his name,
Yeah,
Heisenberg.
and the ghetto Magneto.
He is. He just got a cap on, some dirty clothes. He could control metal. The other one's about hallucinations with a little
And
doll.
and then he wanted to double cross what's her face.
Miranda, I think.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, so you should work with me right now. It's like,
Even
okay,
though Miranda is the boss, is the mother Miranda, excuse me, she's the main chief of all
yeah.
four of them, who is the final boss, and we found the orgy of evidence. Like, oh, not only she's
Wait,
the
wait,
final
wait. Here we
boss,
go. Here we
but
go. The
she
origin
inspires Oswald
umbrella.
Spencer to create Umbrella because she's a biologist, and oh, the daughter that
That's the one room I hate, and he knows it. I hate that room so much. And guess what? You should hate it even more, because guess who's in there? Mia. I totally forgot about that.
so the
Mia's in
woman
that
that was
cave.
with you the whole time was Miranda's daughter somehow. I thought Miranda's daughter was Evelyn. Was that her daughter?
No, yes, I don't know, man.
Okay, because that makes sense. But then she hand her. But how do you get mad at a connection when you hand your daughter to these people? Because Evelyn was the producer of the molded.
Well, actually, it's now Mother's Miranda's once you put her together. But yeah, that one room, the orgy of story.
That
I'm
once
like,
you
oh
collect
my.
the four pieces, then Ethan gets a hole in his chest. Oh, Ethan died. I'm like,
Oh, Ethan
oh,
came back.
just like Mia, short lived. You get to play as Chris Redfield, and Mia's alive, and there's a story
It's all
behind it. Blah blah blah.
and it's balls to the wall. It's like, oh, here we go, balls to the wall
It
action.
wasn't the real child, like the real Ada Wong.
We're like,
Then
oh
Ethan somehow
god.
alive as a he's infected.
We were
Oh
like,
really?
no.
Because we haven't played seven, right? Oh, by the way, 7A have different writers. Just so you all know, that's why it's weird. Even though I didn't like both their stories anyway, but there's some
And
people that
whoever
like
made
seven.
that, I'm sorry, I'm going through that damn room. I'm sorry, cause like you
It
said,
was
that whole
terrible.
room, I'm like, whoever did this should get fired, cause it's like, dude, you put the whole storyline in that whole little room.
And then they officially kill Ethan off after dealing with my Miranda. Then something happened to Mama because I'm like, they made Rosemary from a baby to a teenager. Then she's with the government. Blue
Hmm.
Umbrella, I don't know who she's working with. But in this winter expansion, you get to play as Rosemary with powers. And she gets to fight Miranda again, but in another form, I guess. I haven't played
Yeah,
it yet, but I watched it, and I'm like, no, stop it. Ian in the Winters story, because I didn't care about them then, I didn't care about them now.
but I like Rosemary Winters.
Yeah, because she was
She has
there.
no, she has character, not like her daddy.
That's why you like her, because she's the only one that has a character. Ethan's just, they treat him like, they keep saying Ethan Winters. Like, what is this?
You know what
Harry
sucks?
Potter. Harry.
Mia had character, but we hated her. Like, man, screw you, Mia. It's your
She should
fault.
she should be in prison for being a terrorist.
Technically, she was.
Guess she is. She worked for the Connection. She was her caretaker, Evelyn, while they were experimenting on
Well,
her.
here's the thing. Technically, she was in jail because she was in that cage all this time. Like, oh, so that's where you've been.
So I'm going to step away because I go to the restroom so you can talk more about Village, which is not much to say. So I'll be right back.
Wait, he stepped away. Oh. But yeah, when it comes to it, it's like comes to Village. It was a whole like I actually prefer the first version. They said that this was supposed to be Revelations. I'm like, okay, go with that. This, however, it's like, man, what is this? Why is this? I'm surprised we're not getting to the canceled games. But then again, Castle was pretty much the prototype for Resident Evil 4, which was actually pretty cool. But it became Devil May Cry. There's that. Then they had hallucinations. Keep in mind, they had a lot of like cancel stuff when it came to Resident Evil 4. Then they had Outbreak 3. that didn't do
Right.
anything. But since Requiem around, I think we're gonna get it. I think so. In my
Now I am
heart,
back.
welcome back. I'm talking to them. I think we are gonna get you know, Resident Evil Outbreak because it only makes sense. Now, unless they do that whole like, oh, we're gonna make a Resident Evil 5 remake. That's another thing. They have to bring back Veronica.
They should have worked on Veronica before they even touched 4, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah, true, true.
And 5, what can you remake that to? Because they're still going to push co op unless they're going to make it to what it originally was. Like, if they
And
can make Africa, like, Africa is already a scary place, but to add the original
that's what I'm
elements.
saying. And then I hope they have the Switch thing down pat. Like, good, we
Because
can
I want,
switch out.
yeah, I want to switch between the two characters, because that's what I want. Because you could do that in Revelations 2, but you can't do that in any other game besides 0. I think Revelations 2 approved on what 0 did.
Revelation.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was misspelled. I got the one where it was spelt right because they went and removed all the boxing with the bad spelling, and then he put Revelations, not Revelation. The
And
one
it
they shipped
sounds
out so
it,
quickly.
it, it does give it flavor, but I'm like, yeah, just rewrite it. Revelation. It
Yeah,
just sounds,
I
it just rolls
remember
off
it
the
just.
tongue.
That's like, what's the what? What? This is a Spanish game now. Yeah, like there's two. There's two of them. There's this one, and then there's this one. So which one do you like?
Uh, I can't
The
see. I'm
ruin.
blind. Requiem. Would you show me the other one?
This one.
Hold on, it's loading.
You like the black and white one?
Yeah. Let's stick with the basics, the
This one right
original,
here?
the black and white.
Okay. Or you mean the one with the you mean the one with the destroyed Raccoon City, or this one that's just black and white? Is that like
Black and white.
this one? Okay. And this is gonna be are gonna be ending at the stream
Yeah.
because the last
Yeah.
part's gonna be topics, which is gonna be long. So we're gonna end it
Okay,
with
so
Requiem,
when it
which is
comes to
just
the logo, now there was something you pointed out when it comes to the logos, how they're always different.
yeah, they
What?
have themes.
So this one, I guess it's like the original, but it's like kind of messed up, or
Cause like let's look through because when I go to Resident Evil remakes, for instance, like look at this. Like one has broken glass, the other
hmm
one has like run down old buildings, the other one has dead tree branches.
hmm
And then with oh, jeez, you go bye bye, and then we have this, which is Resident Evil Requiem title. Like I'm trying to see, like, is this finger smearing?
I
Dry.
would have thought, yeah, I would have thought that it's the first one, but a little more like cracked.
Yeah, because it looks like it's a different type of smearing and wall skin. It could be skin, flesh, or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Requiem, what's there to say? I mean, long story short, bring back Outbreak.
Yeah,
That's all I
because
have
we
to say.
play the daughter of a survivor of Raccoon City from Outbreak,
And like
Alyssa
you said,
Ashcroft.
and it's just like you said, because it's like, why would you guys bring this character out if we haven't none of us played Outbreak? But see, I have an answer that makes it more crappy. Is that, like I said, they both said, "Oh, let's just take this character and make it something." No one has to know what it's from. They probably did that dumb thing. It was
Well,
like,
does daughter Dearest learn how to do lockpicking like her mom?
yeah,
Because that
exactly.
was her main thing. And what I didn't bring up in 7, there's lockpicking in 7, same goes with 8. But the thing is, she was supposed to be in 7, and 7 had a lot of lockpicking stuff in it. So I thought that would make sense for her because that's her
Oh,
thing is
you're not gonna like
lockpicking.
this. She gets assassinated.
Yeah, I know she gets killed. They bring her back so they can kill her off.
It's like, oh my god.
It's like
Like
Wesker dies, here's a kid. But this one's even
now,
colder. Oh, this is where you're at. Bye.
uh,
Bye, Alyssa.
the hooded man. Now, I was looking at other like people from Outbreak, and he looked, and the bottom half of him looked very familiar. He looks like the barkeep from Outbreak. Kyle, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that character. It's been a while since I played Outbreak. But what really got on my nerves is
File 2.
oh, File 2.
That was definitely bad.
I played the game but never finished it, so I do know what you're talking about
It's
at
not
least.
Kevin. It's not Mark. Definitely.
I do what I like. So there's things most things I didn't like about it is it's trying to do this whole like sneaking, this whole like outlast. It's like this isn't Outlast. I'm sick of this. Oh, she gets to be vulnerable, and I'm like,
Like no.
oh, you think that Resident Evil One I wasn't vulnerable even though I'm an elite SWAT agent? Like, I haven't killed zombies before or zombie dogs. Like, but I remember the cutscene of the remake of Jill's face when she saw those zombie dogs and just tearing through one of her colleagues' throat. Like, they were none of them prepared for that. None of them were. And people have this delusion like we want to. It's like stop with this relating crap. I don't want to relate. It's okay, but I notice that mostly women are like that more than men when it comes to I can't relate. We'll get over it. I don't have to relate to Jill to like her. I like Jill is because she's smart, she's competent, she like even when she's scared, she still rise above it. I think the best we've seen her is in the original 3, not the remake. In 3 she
They're
was
also
completely
saying
isolated.
they're also saying Yoko's in the game. Yoko Suzuki.
Yeah, I heard about that and we all know that Leon is going to be in this game too for some reason. Not Jill, because who wants to see Jill again? Not me. What are they afraid of? That Jill's gonna outshine this new girl? Because I don't care. It's not that I don't hate this character. It's like why? Like we have all these
I mean, it's
all-star
like okay,
characters.
she got babies. She got a kid. That's wonderful, but why her?
Yeah, it's just we have all these other people to choose from, but it's like so is this a coming out of the closet moment? It's like, oh, we really did like Outbreak. Oh,
I
really?
know,
Then
right? We
how
sorry.
come I didn't hear about Outbreak then? I just stumbled upon it when I went to the video store decades ago, like 2 decades ago.
But yeah, they're also saying that maybe 4 or 5 more characters from Outbreak are in this. Someone said that they heard Kevin's voice.
Well, they
Like I
kind of
guess
have to because they're putting in freaking
Jim is.
Alyssa, so why not the others too? Because, far as I know, they're not all dead. I mean, I haven't been
Or-
checking up on them, but Capcom's not doing a good job of that. What about Billy? We've forgotten.
Ah, yes,
We completely
Billy.
just threw him under the bus because of Zero. I wonder if Rebecca still has his dog tags. She took the dog tags to show that, oh, he's dead. Here's his dog tags.
But
But
the dog tags didn't mean shit because she didn't have to. Like he
no
said,
one
like
even brought him up. They're too busy,
no,
trying to survive.
man, they're too busy dead. It's like, oh, okay.
The only one that was left was Chris, Jill, Rebecca, and Barry. It was going to be Brad, but Brad died through Nemesis. Well, he
Oh
did get by a
well.
zombie, but Nemesis finished the job. And we're talking about the
So
original 3, not the remake.
so Outbreak File 2 was the same characters.
Yeah, and I think they got introduced to a couple. It's been a long time. I never finished it, but that was the gist. Is they're still trying to get out of Raccoon City, which is the point, because like they don't have access to. Hey, can we just get a rescue? Because unlike Jill, who could just call for these ex like Marines, Air Force people to come and get her out. Like these are just normal everyday people, and I think since Umbrella owns the city, I think they were also barding the entire town so no one can escape. But at the same time, Umbrella was using that city as their own personal laboratory, which is even more screwed up. Not only have underground laboratories, but they were also treating its own citizens. And the mayor knows about it, especially if you play 2 and 3, especially 3. And
That's
2,
one
Chief
thing too. I think it
Irons
is.
was
Someone said the mayor's in this game too. I'm like, oh crap.
cause he's not dead. He just took. He's like, here's my daughter, here's my daughter, rapist. Bye. Pretty much, like he knew that Chief Irons was a rapist, and he still. Oh, but he's on the auto roll. He gets good grades, so
Oh,
who
that's
cares
so
in
disgusting.
college? So if you get good grades, you can do anything you want. It seems like so. If you have a lot of money, you can do whatever you want. But if you get good grades in college, sky is the limit. It's like that's what we
That's
do here
so.
in Raccoon City. We can do sexual assault if we get straight A's and get on and become a valedictorian. Then we're clear from all. It's like that's just wrong on so many levels. But yeah, that like if you don't believe me, like there's a file specifically that Chris Redfield looked into, and I think Eternal Affairs looked into it and said, yeah, he raped, he had cases of 2 to 3 rape of 3 girls while he was still in college, but because he gets good grades, he has good standing, we're gonna give it a pass.
So are
And
we gonna talk about Operation Raccoon? Oh, we already did that.
we never talked about it, and I
You
don't
know
want
what?
to.
Yeah, and the reason why we're not gonna talk about it, it makes me mad in another event because it's like, oh great, more characters you're not gonna use. Wonderful.
Because you want to talk about that, then you're gonna have to talk about resistance, which is pointless because they're just
Oh,
there.
look at that, more characters we
But
will
guess
not
who we
use.
see again? Alex
Yeah.
Wesker.
And Jill is actually helping the kids. Oh, that's so wonderful. This game sucks.
And then there's also Umbrella Corps, which a game I never played and
Okay,
never
look, that we're
will.
not gonna talk about because that's just we gotta make a multiplayer game.
Or a Reverse, which we both got when we got 8.
You know what makes me
Don't.
mad about that? It looks good, but it just gets on my nerves.
And then there's of course a game I don't haven't played and don't bother was Resident Evil The Mercenaries 3D. That's a 3DS game. That's just straight out mercenaries galore. And that's the time we get to see Barry Burton and Rebecca again. So they bring back Rebecca for a freaking mercenary game.
And you
Wow,
know what? She
Capcom.
runs pretty good too. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I
They
saw
did
her as
so much.
well.
It's like, man, they put so much work into her too. Y'all trash.
And in the middle is Deadly Science, which is not science, silence, which is just the the was it the DS version of Resident Evil 1, but you can play it in first person, and
Hmm.
the door loading time is smooth. It's like you just open up a door, but you can add in the loading time. It's like, oh, so the opening of the door is a loading time. You can add it in there if you want, but and the knife is more intuitive in that game. It's kind of like using the knife in Resident Evil 4. So that's a thing. But other than that, it's hard for me to recommend it. I had it on my computer and I deleted it because I played it and beat it. And like, there's no real significance for me to keep this game because it's not as good as the remake. But yeah, we have spent 3 hours, 53 minutes, and 50 seconds, and I know that I have in my script is topics and rant, but that will make this video way longer than it needs to be. And we're probably hungry and thirsty right now, so anything else you want to leave off because we're done talking about the games that we played, games we kind of played, and the ones we watched. So, any final thoughts before I close this stream?
I really hope. I mean, Requiem.
America is giving me mixed feelings. Like it's doing something
Me
I do
too,
like
but
and things I don't like.
with Requiem, I'm like you. I want to see more because they keep
Yeah,
saying that certain things are in the game. I'm like, okay, keep popping them.
but I don't want no Outlast crap. Oh, she's vulnerable. Oh, you
I'm
gotta
like,
work
we
together. It's
don't
like, this
care.
is not Outlast. Okay, this is Resident Evil. Like,
And with Resident Evil, they defend themselves.
if this girl can customize a chair leg to a melee weapon, I'm good. Okay, but not this. Oh, she's not gonna get a real weapon. It's like to make your own weapon. Then this is survival. You probably would agree with me too. Okay, because you could do that even in Revelations 2. You can actually find parts that make things. Do that in this game. But somehow that's evil. That's blasphemous. That's game breaking. Like no, it's not. It's called survival. It's like really. So you tell me games like what is it? Not Uncharted. What's that game with the mushroom enemies? Can't think of it at the moment. Where you can make shivs. Like you can't make a shiv. Like
Mm.
like isn't the main character work for the FBI? So shouldn't she able to? Like what's her speciality anyway? But
Wait,
yeah.
you can make shivs.
No, like in like is this horror game with mushrooms. Last of Us. There we go. Last of Us. You can make all these
Wow, so
things,
you
but you
purged
can't
the
do
hell out of
that.
all
But you can't do that with this game
Hold on, you purged that game so much that you forgot it. Damn.
I
Well
like the
then.
first one, but the series and the second one can go to hell. The first one wasn't even like the best game ever. It was fun, I guess, but it wasn't like, oh my god, game of the year. Like I didn't feel that way about it, but it was fun while it lasted, but then they
The
completely
thing is, it's
destroyed
just like
it.
you said, it's okay to kill Joel because Joel had it coming, but how they did it was just so bad.
It was not ceremonial. Like I'm not afraid. I'm not bothered if it's a full circle thing. He dies at the end because what goes around comes around because of his
But I
actions.
don't like what, but I like what you said. It's like if we, I think if we played him a little more, you know, because it was pretty much the second was the Ellie show.
Because if it was the passing of torch to Ellie, then that'd have been fine. But it was too quick. Like we need to get rid
Yeah,
of. We got to get rid of this white man. It's all about the
yeah,
women and lesbianism. It's like
yeah.
really, both things. Like okay, do you love women? You love lesbians. You want to be a lesbian, maybe, but I don't care. Where's the character? Where? Oh, it's Abby,
And then, like you said,
and
when it came to her, and it's like, oh shit, why is she killing them? And then they tell, oh, but no, like you said, it was so quick, it was so fast. We're like, then what was the
and then
point
we
of?
have to sympathize. It's like I don't want to sympathize with her. I don't care about her. Why? Because he loves women. Then go to a strip club. Like read a book or something. I don't know. Like I'm not interested in your gynocentrism. Like get over it. Like I play
And
games
then,
with female characters and they're not this annoying.
she let her go. I'm like, look, okay, you want to be the bigger person? No,
No, you die. You killed my
uh,
daddy.
nope, exactly.
He killed my daddy. Well, you killed mine. So what do you think I'm gonna do? Just dance in the rain or something? No.
Look, we understand revenge ain't nothing, but nah, dude, nah, not this time.
Not only that she let her go, it's like, girl, she took your fingers too. And,
Exactly.
but 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 the cycle. What about the cycle? You think we humans
And
learn from our mistakes?
and
Then
then
no.
And then you know what else bothered me? All that she lost her, she lost her girlfriend. I think you just said that.
No, she lost her fingers, but yeah, she lost that too. Almost forgot about she had a girlfriend. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
she
a
lost her
lesbian.
girlfriend. I'm like, great. So now what,
But even she
Ellie?
died stupidly, didn't she? Her
Oh,
girlfriend died dumb, like her, like
I didn't know she died. What the hell?
yeah. Didn't Ellie's girlfriend died or something? That other dude or
No,
something.
she left.
Oh, she left. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, she was tired. Uh, yeah. If you want to stay and talk about Xbox's new Game Pass, oh God.
We can talk about the topics because we're going not just about Resident Evil itself, but the gaming in general, because that's the topic and rant stuff. That will be that. That could be long, and so that one we can just go balls of the walls crazy with that one. So that'll be
All right,
next
then
time.
let's cut this out.
Okay, so next time it's gonna be topics and rants. So I'm hungry. We're ending the stream. Say your goodbyes, chat, and off we go.
See you later, guys.
Bye.